Me in a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the greatest nation on earth. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first item on the agenda, oral communication. Anyone may speak on any item that's not on the agenda. 2 minutes. If it's a staff report, I understand that we can go a little bit longer according to new court case that was just upheld with California Appellate Court. So go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Jason Terry, Office of Emergency Services. I just wanted to remind your board and the general public that there will be an IPAWS national test tomorrow, October 3rd at 11:18 and 11:20 a.m. Residents can expect alerts to go across their cell phone in the manner of similar to an Amber Alert. This is not something that can be opted out of, and it is being conducted by FEMA. The EAS alert system will be conducted over television and radio broadcasts, and that's much more similar to what individuals are used to.
All right. Thank you.
Is that twice at 11:18, 11:20, or does it last that long?
Residents should only receive one message. I believe the difference in the 2 minutes is for the wireless emergency alert on the cell phone will go out at one time, and the EAS will go out at another. Cell towers will be broadcasting for 30 minutes, though, but residents should only receive one message.
Thank you.
Daniel Richardson from the County Administrator's Office. I want to highlight that Tuolumne County was the recipient of we'll call it a prestigious award. We won the Rural County Representatives of California held a photo contest recently, and back in July I met with Peggy Sells, who's our famed photographer of Tuolumne County government, and we submitted 2 photos to this photo contest that we think highlight Tuolumne County, and one of our photos was selected as the finalist. Along with it, there were 3 photos as the finalists. Ours, another one from Tuolumne County from another photographer, and then another photo from another county. So we put on Instagram and Facebook, and they used likes as to see who's get the most likes over a period of time, and our photograph won. So just want to highlight Peggy Sells, who she is. She's not here because she's our county courier. I tried to convince her to come, but she's a dutiful employee and is actually out with a pop tire out of their road yard right now. I think she slashed her own tire. I don't know. But she does not seek the limelight. She's an amazing employee. She knows more employees in this county than anybody else because she visits every department every day as she delivers packages back and forth to everyone. She mentioned that her photography focuses on everything we have in Tuolumne County: wildlife, nature, and landscapes. So just want to let you know.
I'd like to add to that. It's a privilege to serve the county on this board as the representative to RCRC, and to go into the annual meeting, and the first thing you see is the poster, which he has sitting back there. We want to donate that to the county because if Peggy wants it, we want to give it to her. But see that photo and have Tuolumne County, it's amazing. I get early warning about these photo contests because I'm a member of the board and an officer. And so as soon as I get it, I send it to one of my photography friends who sends it out to everybody so we get a little head start on it. But you have to be proud of your county. Peggy and Ethan Billigmeyer, who used to work for us, Ethan must have turned in 15 or 20 photos, and the only complaint I got is some of them weren't Tuolumne County, but that's okay. Ethan's a terrific photographer, and Kathy Syverson sent in a whole bunch of them. There were others. I just didn't get all their names down. There were fewer photographs, but they all stood out. And to have this one win, now this will be used as the the lead photograph in a calendar that RCRC started doing just last year. This is the second annual contest. We did well last year too, just didn't win. And we'll get a bunch of copies of those, and Peggy will get her own copy, of course, and I'll make sure I get a stack of them, bring them in. So, but it'll be first come, first serve. We won't have 1 million copies, but we might get 50 or so. So I'm thrilled. I want to congratulate Peggy and actually all the participants. It's a terrific thing. They put Tuolumne County on the map for the next year, and I think that's great. Be the first thing people see.
All right. Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Debbie Batista. I'm the county clerk, which makes me the Register of Voters. And guess what time it is? It's election time. And starting next Monday, ballots will be sent out to all of our vote-by-mail voters. And so by next Friday, a week from this Friday, almost all Tuolumne County voters, 75% of us vote by mail, should have their ballots in. Also next Monday, we will start having downstairs as an early voting place. The county of Tuolumne is not closed for Columbus Day, so if one wants to come in, because one's not working because it's Columbus Day, one could come in and start voting next Monday. We will be back the next board meeting and give you deadlines about when one can register to vote. But remember, we have 8 local elections plus 2 boards of supervisors plus 2 ballot measures. And if you don't think that your vote matters, look at the local elections, how close they are, and every vote matters. We count every single legitimate valid ballot all the way through, and even including after Election Day. So get out there and vote, and it's election time. Have fun. Oh, any questions?
No.
I had a lot of iced tea today.
Is this your happy time, Debbie? Ready to go, huh?
It is, because I know what the next month's going to be like. So get out and vote, and your vote really does matter. Thanks.
Good morning. Linda Downey, Chief Probation Officer. I'm also here to recognize and honor one of our own for a job well done. He also does not like the limelight, but he was directed to be here, and he's sitting in the front row. So the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility Superintendent Mike Arndt was honored last month at the California Probation, Parole, and Corrections Association's 87th annual conference and award ceremony as he received the Juvenile Institution Staff Member of the Year Award. This recognition reflects our facility and programming continues to be highlighted and recognized as a model for the state. In addition to this award, Mike will be headed to Sacramento tonight, and he's going to be participating with the Board of State and Community Corrections and a select, I think 3 or 4 other superintendents as they work on a work group to develop strategies and technical assistance to help counties as we implement the largest revision of Title 15 regulations that take effect January 1st of next year. So although Superintendent Arndt received the award, the entire facility staff share in this recognition as every day they are teaching, mentoring, addressing dysfunction, overcoming resistance, changing negative patterns of thinking, assisting in rebuilding and reconnecting families, and providing safety and treatment to extremely vulnerable youth who, left untreated, might not otherwise succeed. And to your board, thank you. Thank you for your ongoing support as we near our first 18 months of operation. And also thank you for your commitment to the youth of our community and for their future success. Thanks.
Congratulations, Michael.
You know, I'd like to add, Mike, congratulations to you, to your staff, to the program. You're also putting Tuolumne County on the map for the excellence that we have here and the commitment and dedication of our people. Great example for everybody. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good morning. Shelley Peach, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I'm here for two reasons. First, to introduce our Treasurer, Tax Collector-elect, Justin Birtwistle. Justin will be taking over when I leave. Second, to let you know that my last day with the county will be December 3rd. I recommend that you appoint Justin at the December 4th board meeting. As you know, December 10th is the property tax deadline, and having Justin in office will be beneficial to the taxpayers.
Collect more money that way, right?
Any questions?
Yeah, you talk about starting off on the wrong foot.
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I want to commend Shelley for an excellent job. She, from the day one, she's demonstrated her contribution to the county. It's been immense. I know she was selected as Excellence in Government Award winner last year, and that came well deserved. Justin, you got big shoes to step into, and like Rutherford says, stepping just for tax day, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. I suggest you put a radio collar on her so you can get her when you need her. Your contributions have been terrific, and we can only thank you for all you've done for the county.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure.
Shelley, it's been a pleasure working with you. I really enjoyed the last few years. And
Thank you, John.
wish your retirement well.
Thank you.
I think the entire board echoes those sentiments. I know we're under public comment, and so we'll keep it very short. But Shelley, you really paved the way in a lot of areas and arenas. And, I think back to the work you did with TOT and the Airbnbs and in so many places. And we're going to expect big things from
Thank you.
your success.
And welcome, Justin.
Yes.
Mr. Pedro?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do want to just add my voice that, Shelley's been super to work with, not just in her current role, but even before that. She's done an excellent job there. And just to say, she has absolutely refused any other public recognition during her time before she leaves. So I would suggest we rise and applaud her.
Justin?
Hi, I'm Justin Birtwistle, and I've been elected as the next Treasurer Tax Collector. And my term officially begins January 7th. I'm available to you at any time if you need me. And I understand it's going to be tough to fill her shoes. I'll do my best, I promise.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
I feel like I'm the only person getting that 2-minute time limit. So I think Mike Arndt deserves a better salute than what he got as a State Employee of the Year. You deserved a standing ovation. I'm the only one standing. Well, and Lisa. So last month was Suicide Prevention Month, and I want to salute Calaveras County because their mental health department actually had a big ceremony in the park where they gave out suicide prevention information and shared mental health information. And you set that stupid clock on me. I don't think that's fair. And I didn't see that anyone here did anything except resolution. So I also want to salute the family of Mark Bergstrom, who took out an ad on the anniversary of his death and talked about suicide prevention. And I want to salute Mr. Rotifer when he went on By the Load Views and also talked about suicide prevention, so thank you. And then I want to know who at the county decided that you were going to give $1,000 to the city for Santa Claus. So I talked to Debbie Batista earlier today, and she said that is not in anyone's budget. And you gave the city $5,000 5 years ago to put in recycle cans, and there hasn't been an ounce of recycling in the city of Sonora. So someone today did give me 52 cents to go towards the $1,000 the county wants to contribute. So if you would like to tell me who should get that. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Lisa Mayo, the Director for the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau. And I just wanted to come here and let you know that we yesterday were awarded a $25,000 grant from Visit California for tourism recovery from the wildfires. And we're very excited to have this additional funding as we continue to try and make up for lost business this past summer. And with that, we had a plan in place should we be awarded those funds. And we are extending our Bay Area radio commercial for 3 weeks with that. We're bringing up a social media influencer from the Bay Area. We're doing a multi-platform campaign with the Taste SF, which is a culinary travel outlet out of San Francisco. And we are also adding more Facebook ads, which will promote affordable fall lodging and all the great events we have here and meetings as well. So we're really pleased to get this additional funding to help our efforts for the recovery efforts. Also, while I'm here, I just wanted to let you know that this weekend we have 7 tour operators coming in from the UK. This is what they call a super familiarization tour. And these are the cream of the crop, top-level tour operators and travel agents from the UK coming in, and they will be in Tuolumne County for 2 days. So if you see a group of UK folks out there, be sure and say hi and welcome them. So thank you.
Good job. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, will the clerk please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on September 18th, 2018, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3342 and 3343 were published. Adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality. Approving an agreement with Infant Child Enrichment Services for emergency child care bridge services for foster children, and recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $82,158, and increasing appropriations by the same amount in the Social Services Administration and Welfare and Securities line items. Approving the California Office of Emergency Services Victim Witness application, approving a notice of completion for the Pinecrest Transfer Station Improvement Project, approving the amendment to the Conflict of Interest Codes for the Jamestown Sanitary District and Soulsbyville School District, adopting a resolution accepting claims for excess proceeds from property, adopting a resolution accepting claims for excess proceeds for tax defaulted properties and authorizing the distribution of excess property proceeds from the sales. Approving the out-of-state travel for Supervisor Rotifer to attend the California White House briefing in Washington, D.C. on October 22nd through 24th, 2018. Accepting the resignation of Willow Thorpe from the First Five Commission and directing the clerk to post a notice of vacancy and send a letter of appreciation. And approving certificates of recognition honoring centenarians Mary Rideout and Mabel Howell.
Board wish to pull anything from the agenda? Any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 11.
This is presentation of the County Service Award to Vicki Hockett at the County Assessor's Office for 25 years of service.
I thought Kanan was supposed to be here, but apparently not.
Well, why don't you skip it until you can get up here?
Okay, we'll give him a couple minutes. We're moving pretty fast. Item 12, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming October 2018 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Hello. My name is Pamela Orba, and I work at Center for a Nonviolent Community. I would like to thank the board for their time and recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Tuolumne County is a beautiful community with a generous heart. I was born and raised here and have been the recipient of numerous acts of kindness for which I am eternally grateful and always try to pay forward. But our community has a darker side in the form of violence and trauma. On any given day, you can walk into our agency in Standard and see people with black eyes, split lips, and bruises in the form of hands. But not all scars are visible, and you may never know who among us is being harmed by someone they love or should be able to trust. CNBC provides services to our whole community, including men, women, and children. In the past year, we've provided services to 363 survivors of domestic violence. That's more than one person a day when you consider holidays and weekends when we're closed. We provided more than 4,300 services to those clients, took nearly 400 crisis calls, and provided a safe place to sleep 3,724 times. Our prevention team taught empathy and respect workshops to more than 3,200 children and educated more than 1,600 adults and teens on healthy relationships. It's beautiful that we have the capacity to respond to these situations, but it's heartbreaking that we have the need. I'd like to share with you an excerpt from a poem written by a client in one of the support groups we offered this year. Just because I'm homeless doesn't mean I'm lazy, doesn't mean I'm dirty, doesn't mean I'm useless. I am a survivor. Just because I'm an addict doesn't mean I'm a bad mother, doesn't mean I'm a criminal, doesn't mean I'm stupid. I am healing. Just because I'm mentally ill doesn't mean I'm out of control, doesn't mean I'm dangerous, doesn't mean I'm weak. I am a strong, capable, loving woman and mother. Again, every number I just told you and the poem I just read were real people here in Tuolumne County seeking safety. This year marks CNBC's 40th anniversary supporting survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, child abuse, and other trauma. To express our gratitude for the community's continual support, CNBC and Women Helping Other Women are hosting an Empowering Women, Strengthening Communities event from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. Friday, October 19th at the Sonora Opera Hall. I have invitations for you. Supervisor Handbelt, don't worry. The event is free. We didn't want any barriers to prevent people from being empowered. Please come, explore options, find your voice. Simply put, if you have a dream, we want to help you achieve it. One of the reasons we're hosting this event is, simply put, we know this about trauma. Hurt people hurt other people. But if we offer support, resources, and empathy, lives can be restored and futures renewed. Our community can be safer and more resilient. On any given day, you can walk into our agency and see the bright smiles of survivors, hear children laughing, and feel the power of healing. There's still a lot of work to be done, but there are many people and organizations in our community willing to do it. Please join us on the journey toward healing. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may approach. Thank you. And the rest are for the crowd, please. Well, again, thank you very much for your time. Do you have any questions for me or any?
Just want to thank you for what you do. It's something that's really needed, and the compassion that you have or show for it is wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm just one of many people doing this work in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a resolution to pass. Any public comment?
Mr. Chairman, if you're done with public comment, I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution proclaiming October 2018 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Handvolt. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Thirteen.
This is consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming October 7th through 13th, 2018 as Fire Prevention Week in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am Jason Terry with your Office of Emergency Services. I have with me Chief Murphy from County Fire. At the request of Supervisor Royce, county staff have prepared this resolution for Fire Prevention Week for the dates of October 7th through the 13th. Chief Murphy here will be discussing some of the history of this and some of the events that will be occurring during this week.
Chief, good morning.
Again, my name is Andrew Murphy. I'm the Assistant Chief for Tuolumne County Fire and CAL FIRE. I wanted to speak to you this morning regarding next week's Fire Prevention Week. Every year, the National Fire Protection Association recognizes the week of October 9th as Fire Prevention Week, and that commemorates the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, when over 250 people lost their lives, 17,000 structures were lost, and about a little over 3 miles were destroyed in the city of Chicago from what they report as Mrs. O'Leary's cow knocking a lantern over in a barn. So that brings the importance of fire prevention, and it's commemorated every year throughout the nation. This year's promotion is Look, Listen, and Learn. Be alert. Fire can happen anywhere. The elements of this program are: look for places that a fire could start, listen for the sound of the smoke alarm, and learn 2 ways out of every room. The Tuolumne County Fire Department is going to be conducting public outreach at the 3 county fire stations, and we're kicking off the week to emphasize to the residents to be prepared and responsive to a threat of a structure fire. Activities at the following venues will include meeting local firefighters, touring the fire stations, and interactive learning stations for children's activities. The Fire Prevention Week kickoff will be Sunday, October 7th, 2018, from 1 p.m. until 4 p.m. at the Jamestown Fire Station on 4th Avenue, and also at the same time, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at Station 78 in Groveland with the Groveland Community Services District on Highway 120. The conclusion of the week will be Saturday, October 13th, and we'll have the similar activities at Station 51 in Mono Village on Hillsdale Drive at the same time. And for additional information and resources on fire prevention, individuals can go to firepreventionweek.org and readyforwildfire.org, as well as contacting their local fire department or fire district and local station. And before you is a resolution. Would you like me to read it? Or?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Save me some time to read it.
All right. I'll go with the one whereas and then
all right.
If that works. Okay. So whereas the County of Tuolumne is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living and visiting the county, and fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. And home fires killed 2,735 people in the United States in 2016, according to the National Fire Protection Association. And fire departments in the United States responded to 352,000 home fires. And the majority of U.S. fire deaths, 4 out of 5, occur at homes each year. And the fire death rate per 1,000 home fires reported to U.S. fire departments was 10% higher in 2016 than in 1980. And Tuolumne County residents should identify places in their home where fires can start and eliminate those hazards. And working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half. And Tuolumne County residents should install smoke alarms in every sleeping area, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of the home. And Tuolumne County residents should listen for the sound of the smoke alarm, and when it sounds, respond by going outside immediately to the pre-designated meeting place. And Tuolumne County residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And Tuolumne County first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And Tuolumne County residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take action to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And the 2018 Fire Prevention Week theme, Look, Listen, Learn, Be Aware, Fire Can Happen Anywhere, effectively serves to remind us that we need to take personal steps to increase our safety from fire. And the resolution continues, now therefore be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim October 7th through 13th, 2018 as Fire Prevention Week throughout the county, and urge all people of Tuolumne County to be aware of their surroundings, look for available ways out in the event of a fire or other emergency, respond when the smoke alarm sounds by exiting the building immediately, and to support the public safety activities and efforts of the various fire and emergency service providers in Tuolumne County during Fire Prevention Week 2018.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanvelt?
Yeah, this is really timely and hits home for me. A little story. A friend left for Hawaii this last weekend, and Saturday night her house burned to the ground up in Cedar Ridge. Before you leave home, you really need to make sure you check out your house and unplug unwanted appliances. I'm told it was an electrical fire in the kitchen. I have no idea exactly what may have caused that, but when you're away, you can't do anything about it. Your house could be gone, and so this is just timely and make everybody fully aware. Imagine losing your house. Worse, imagine losing a pet or a member of your family. That can happen. This is really important. It should be every day. Thank you for your presentation. And I'll be ready to make a motion whenever you're ready.
Any public comment? Supervisor Royce?
I'm not public, but I'm going to be soon, so. I just wanted to thank Larry Crabtree. He brought this to my attention and notified me that this was something that's out there that we could look at doing. And I appreciate you guys bringing this forward. I think you gave a really good presentation. And just a reminder to people, this is when people start burning wood in their stoves again. And that's, clean your flues. Clean your flues and pay attention to what you're doing, because you could save your family members' lives or your life. And thank you for everything you guys do, you and all your people. Really appreciate it.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt.
I'll second. Yeah, never mind. Give it to Evan.
Yeah, I'll move in favor of the resolution. This is really important.
Okay. Second by Supervisor Rodefer.
No, give it to Royce.
Okay, Supervisor Royce.
It was his idea. But I do have a comment. Put this on your calendar. Every year we ought to be doing this.
Yeah.
It's really, really important. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
Yeah. All right, we had a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
That item 11, we had a miscommunication between HR and the department, and Vicky's an outstanding employee and deserves to have that done correctly and well, and so we will reschedule that to a future meeting.
All right.
My apologies to Vicky and friends and coworkers. We will make sure we get that right for the next meeting.
All right, thank you. That was item 11. Okay, clerk, please read item 14.
Consideration of approving a payment of $91,650 into the Tuolumne County Oak Woodland Conservation Fund to address oak woodland mitigation requirements for the Law and Justice Center campus.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning. I'm here today to talk to you about oak woodland mitigation that's required for the Law and Justice Center. As you know, back in 2009, the county, before we purchased the property out there, we did an environmental impact report. And this environmental impact report provided us, kind of outlined what we could do as far as the construction of the site. It listed the potential impacts that we would have on the site, and also then the required mitigation. In that EIR report, there were 5 real big categories that were looked at that we then have to mitigate for or look after. Those 5 areas are aesthetic building design, air quality, biological resource protection, cultural, historical, and architectural resources, and then, of course, hydrology and water quality. Under each of those categories, we were required to follow those procedures and in the plans and specs, make sure during every phase of the construction we follow those mitigation policies and requirements. To date, the only item that we haven't fulfilled is the oak woodland requirement for that. The only other thing that I do on a yearly basis is submit a report. So every year that we're out there doing construction, I will be submitting a report to the Corps of Engineers. But in regards to the requirements, the oak woodland item is the only one remaining. The EIR outlined that we are required to mitigate 19.5 acres of oak woodland. There are 3 ways in your memo I outlined in which we can satisfy this requirement. The first is to purchase 19.5 acres within the Tuolumne County anywhere and permanently protect that area as open space to maintain that wildlife habitat. The second way we can resolve that mitigation is to restore 19.5 acres of oak woodland within the project site. That's going to be tough for us to do. We already have a pretty congested site as it is. The third way is to pay into the mitigation fee into the oak woodland conservation fund. At this time, your staff is recommending that your board look into paying into the oak woodland mitigation fund to fulfill this requirement. In doing so, the fee is based on what the actual appraisal amount is for agricultural land. And currently, right now, the per acre agricultural rate is $5,000 per acre. So that would mean our total mitigation for this property would be $97,500. But as your board remembers, we sold 4.2 acres to the state of California for the construction of the courthouse. And the courthouse is also obligated to follow all the mitigation rules and requirements under the EIR that was done back in 2009. So when we take that out and we have a per acre mitigation and we apply it to the 4.2 acres that the state purchased, the state then would be required to mitigate 1.7 acres of oak woodland. So in total, for the Law and Justice Center campus, the breakdown would be the county would be responsible for 18.33 acres, which then equates to us paying $91,650 into that fund, and the state would be required to pay $5,850. Staff is just before you would like to again recommend that we finalize the mitigation requirements of the Law and Justice Center by paying $91,650 into the Tuolumne County Oak Woodland Conservation Fund to satisfy this. The money for this is already contained within your current budget in the capital budget under the jail project.
All right. Any questions?
Yeah.
Comments?
I have a question. And so, Mo, you said that $5,000 was the appraised value of ag land today?
Right, and that I received that from the assessor's office.
Okay.
That was there.
And so I guess I'm wondering because ag land, of course, it's, rangeland, I think is just open rangeland is something less than, say, irrigated land, obviously. And so I was just wondering about that $5,000 number because and of course other factors, how large is the parcel, and
right.
It seemed high.
Yeah, per our code, the only thing I could go by is per our the conservation fund that we have set up for oak woodland. They say it would be based on the appraisal value of ag land, and that's the definition they had. And so, going to the assessor's office, that's what they gave me. Ag land. There was no distinction beyond that basic definition.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Quick comment. Yeah, I completely understand why we have to do this and what's the background to it. I know it looks stupid, and to be honest, it sucks, and I think it's a waste, but we don't really have a choice with the way the policies are. This is a perfect example why we need to update our general plan so we don't waste people's money on things that don't really create a result that's going to achieve the goal of what it's intended for. So in the future, I think we can do a lot better. We have to do this. Thank you, Mo, for all your hard work.
Welcome.
It's kind of like taking money from one pocket, putting it in another pocket.
It is.
Any other comments from the board? Any public comment? Bring it back.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Roy, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read our next 15.
15, consideration of approving correspondence providing comments on the Stanislaus National Forest over snow vehicle use designation draft environmental impact statement.
Good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board.
Morning.
Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. I am here today for your board's approval to send comments on the Stanislaus National Forest proposed over snow vehicle use designation plan. This is on the draft environmental impact statement. As you probably are aware, this is kind of the first step, and then the next step will be a final environmental impact statement for comment and consideration, as well as a record of decision that will incorporate any comments that the forest receives in this process here. So the Stanislaus National Forest over snow vehicle use designation program provides the system of National Forest Service roads, trails, and various areas within the forest for use that are designated specifically for over snow vehicle use, where the snowfall is what they determine to be adequate for the vehicles themselves. This process, as you probably recall, has been going on since 2015 with gathering information, public input. They proposed, so they've been preparing this environmental impact statement for quite a handful of years. There are 5 alternatives being proposed, or 5 alternatives for comment and consideration that have been proposed. Originally in 2015, alternative 1 was the proposed action from the forest, but after a lot of public input, meetings, town hall meetings, various information that they received and comments. They are now proposing alternative 5 is what they're calling their preferred action. Alternatives 3 and 4 are kind of, alternative 3 is from the, from a certain group of stakeholders, and alternative 4 is from another group of stakeholders, primarily users. And so alternative 5 seeks to kind of balance alternatives 3 and 4. All that to say, what does this really mean? Essentially, alternative 5, it plans to designate certain areas of the forest for use, but it does honestly restrict a lot of use in a lot of areas, and that's for a lot of good reasons, but also for a lot of unclear, maybe not so good reasons, as the Natural Resource Committee has discussed. So the Natural Resource Committee did discuss this item last month, and a lot of the issues that were discussed you can see there in the memo that I included. In general, they felt like the acreage is being limited, which is actually going to increase congestion. There is, in the draft environmental impact statement, there's a lot of discussion about snow compaction and what that would do to sensitive species and habitat and meadow stream banks. And so common sense would say if you increase the acreage, then you would decrease the snow compaction, as well as it would provide ample opportunity for users, and there wouldn't be a lot of congestion and conflicts. So that was one of the issues that we talked about. Another issue that the committee talked about was that there should be a plan to enforce this use plan. Currently, the Forest Service does not aggressively, I guess maybe is the word, enforce, and that is just objectively just because they have not issued any citations for misuse or use in restricted areas, or not following kind of the rules of the designation plan. There also was discussion about alternative 5. Again, if it's a hybrid of alternatives 3 and 4, why are the acres limited, more limited in alternative 5 than they are in 3 or 4. It doesn't seem to kind of add up. And then there was discussion about allowable acres should be aligned with natural terrain and topography rather than just kind of arbitrary designations. That would make sense for the users who maybe aren't familiar with the terrain but can see, this is a steep slope. I'm obviously not going to go up that way. And then the EIS talks about the fact that there is really little scientific evidence that points to snow depth as having an impact on species, specifically like the Yosemite toad or yellow-legged frog. The EIS proposes to have a 12-inch or 1 foot 12-inch kind of baseline of snow depth that must be required. And what the discussion at the Natural Resource Committee is it's really more about snow density as opposed to snow depth. And furthermore, the over-snow vehicle users themselves, they're not going to want to go on snow that's not deep enough because those vehicles are expensive and they're not going to want to ruin those. So kind of letting the users have a little more control and say over where and when they use their machines or their vehicles, as opposed to just kind of setting an arbitrary limit. So those are the points that have been discussed. I am requesting that your board approve comments, but that you allow me to work with Supervisor Brennan as the chair of the Natural Resource Committee on finalizing those comments, incorporating these issues and any other issues that you may want to include. They're not due until the 9th, and as you know, with these kinds of environmental impact statements, they are large and take a lot of reading and analysis. So that's what I'm here requesting, and if you have any questions or comments.
Question? Go ahead. Comments?
Good job, and I agree with basically everything you're saying. The only thing I just wanted to be careful of is the terrain comment. I just don't want it to backfire on us. Personally, the hills are the fun part. You want to go up the hills and climb the big steep stuff. So I want our comments to result in more access, more availability. I want it to be responsible, and even more so, I want the people who are out there to help be, responsible for making sure that things are done in an appropriate manner. But self-regulation is a big deal, and I think we should be pushing that. And the groups and the advocates for the access, I think they should help with that and kind of bear a certain personal responsibility, because I think that results in a better outcome for everybody. But generally, just keep driving home that theme that we want as much access as possible.
Supervisor Handel.
Okay, first, full disclosure, I own a snowmobile. Mine is used in Bear Valley primarily to get to my house and for transportation to the house and back and carrying supplies in during the winter. But a couple of comments. First of all, the sheriff and the supervisor from Bear Valley of Alpine County have come out opposed to Alternative 5, and I think they recommend Alternative 4 if they have to pick one. I think Liz has done a very good job here, and I echo the comments of Supervisor Royce. We need more access. There are a limited number of trails available, groomed trails and available space for snowmobile recreation right now, and it tends to become overcrowded with time. Okay, and that becomes a safety issue for alternative uses and safety issue for the people using it for over the snow vehicles. And the demand is increasing as population and experience in the sport of over snow vehicles increases. There's bigger demand. We have to find a way to have more access to our forest and utilization. And I think a lot of the arguments are off base in terms of limiting this, and very frankly, I don't think Forest Service has done a really good job of soliciting comments, because oftentimes I send things out to people who are involved and they say I didn't know about that, and so I think we really need to push for more access. The safety issues are always there. But those are common sense kinds of things, and I agree with a lot of what Supervisor Royce said there. But we need more access. It also helps our tourism and our local economy. So we need to find ways to find the right kinds of compromise and improve the situation. So I favor the suggestion.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, so a couple points of clarification. The alternative that they prefer had some boundary lines that kind of just went through the middle of open areas, and so really would be impossible, especially for people that were from out of the area, to know. What we talked about at the committee was using boundary lines like the wilderness areas, things that were very distinctive and that would be easily identifiable, so riders would not find themselves breaking, the law and unknowingly. And then the enforcement piece, how could you enforce, sign it and all of that. So it's really about finding boundaries that are identifiable and are already signified. Like I said, the wilderness was some of the most obvious ones. I did attend the homeowners meeting at Eagle Meadows, and there were concerns raised there that with this alternative, there would be individuals that wouldn't even be able to access their private property with the way the boundaries were drawn. And so we'll be reaching out to them also to make sure that we don't want anybody to be denied access to their private property. And then lastly, I agree with the comment on public notification. And I was looking through my email list, and I can't find it because I thought they added another public meeting for
exactly
tonight.
This evening at 6 o'clock at the Sonora office.
At the Sonora office on Greenlee Road. And so if anybody is interested in making comments, please, you can go to that meeting, get information. But much like with the plan that our general plan, they are asking for specific comments, not, I don't like the plan. They want to address very specific concerns. So if you make a comment, please identify what your issue is and even identify what you think a possible solution is.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, as with any effort like this, and this is a difficult effort to pull together, and as with any effort, I'm not sure any of the alternatives is the perfect alternative, okay? But in general, I agree with all the other comments of this board, that more access is better, okay? Not just for public safety, as Supervisor Hanvelt pointed out, but also it actually spreads what impacts there are over a larger surface area, okay? So the impacts in any given area are much less. Now, obviously, there's some very special areas that need to be protected, and that's fine. But the more you limit access, the more you impact the areas that you do provide access to. So as much as possible, I want to spread the effects out, as well as provide our recreators maximum opportunity. And it's their forest. It's our forest, okay? And I think that we ought to be able to access it, except in very limited specific instances where some very critical resources need to be protected, and I get that. So my personal view is it's not between 5 and 3. It's somewhere between 5 and 4, and probably closer to 4 than 5. But I am okay with Supervisor Brennan and Supervisor Hanvelt, our natural resources supervisors, coming up with the comments. I'm fine with that.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. Is there any discussion about amenities and things like that that have to do with where access is being allowed? Is there any consideration at all for things like that?
What do you mean amenities?
Bathrooms, garbage, trailheads. I think a big part of this is setting people up to succeed and not to fail. So there's no doubt there's always going to be idiots, and people are going to litter, and they're going to cause problems. They're going to go through spots they're not supposed to be. But on a big picture scale in the long term, the Forest Service can help, and I think we can help by bringing attention to this. You need to have infrastructure and, like I said, amenities in place so that people succeed. At the trailheads, they need to have bathrooms and garbage cans. Maybe along the main corridors, maybe there's possibility to do those kinds of things. Just like, they run the snowcats up, they bid that stuff out, and somebody provides that service. By having more amenities, it encourages people to be more responsible. The other part of that is to have more information and signage, kiosks. So it explains, I mean, some of this stuff is common sense, but some people need a little help with that. So at trailheads, if you say, hey, this is what we expect of you, and this is, the kind of behavior that we require for you to participate in being in these areas, then it's clear. And, that's part of enforcement, that's part of outreach and education, and I think that's a big part of this. So to be able to give people the courtesy and the privilege of having access, they have to behave in a certain way, and by establishing, what those parameters are, then it's functional in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't believe that there are any kind of amenities in that respect, kind of infrastructure or anything like that. There are some proposed signs, but that's really just kind of designation of trailheads, not even kind of educational kiosks.
I think there needs to be an equally focused and, I think as much resource needs to be invested into that as just saying, oh, you can't go here, and just drawing lines and mapping people out of the woods. That's what we need to be doing. And I think there needs to be, to have a good, responsible program, you also have to have revenues. And I think there needs to be, they get permit, the people pay to have, access and things like that. They need to be investing those funds into maintaining, like I said, amenities and all the things that go with that, and with managing that. And I want to encourage them to collect money. I want to bring more people up here so that they pay into that, so we can have better services and better amenities. And it ties back to, like you said, to our economy, our tourism industries. More people come up in the wintertime, more people in the shoulder seasons. It's very important. And generally, people riding on top of snow doesn't do any harm. It's pretty minimal, as long as you keep them out of, stream beds and, stupid things you could think of that people do. But generally, any reasonably responsible person is not going to cause a single problem. So that's, okay. I think there needs to be a lot more focus on the other components to what it takes to make this whole thing successful.
Okay, I think that we're all pretty much on the same page. Looking at alternative 5, there's not enough acreage there. That certainly would need to be increased. With that, a call for public comment.
I'm Dr. Jeff Whitman. I'm a local veterinarian. I've lived in Tuolumne County since the early 70s. I am here to represent EMERPOA, which is the homeowners group. I'm the vice president of EMERPOA. And I want to thank Supervisor Brennan for attending that meeting. It was very appreciated to have the board take interest, and I appreciate the board bringing this issue up. This issue is a bigger issue than it might seem. It just seems like it affects snowmobiles, but it's really a land grab by the Forest Service, and it's being driven by a very politically motivated group called Snowlands. If you look at their website, and I think the first thing you do, and when I learned about this, is look at who's opposing this, and it's a group of people that, for the best way to describe them is they hate snowmobiles. They claim to have some environmental issues, but if you look at the board of directors, there's not one person on the board of directors that has a degree in any kind of environmental science. They're mathematicians, engineers, lawyers, but really there's no environmental issue here. But what they're doing is they're using science to weaponize it to achieve an objective. And that's my frustration here, is when people mislead the public by the weaponization of science. And just as a case in point, I just want to bring up something that this is something I did last night, so I've only had 12 hours to prepare for this. But I'll give you each one of these papers if I can approach the board here. If you look at Snowlands and their associate partner, they have a study that they presented on the issue of environmental impacts of snowmobiles. This is from their current website. And they often cite lots of studies. The problem with their studies is the majority of them are 30 years old or older, 71, 73, 83. This is one of the newer studies that you're looking at. This is 1998. This is a 20-year-old study. 20-year-old study. The most current study they had was 2006. So the problem with this study is they're trying to assert that there's environmental impacts from snowmobile fuels on the forest, and there's a pulse of acid that affects species. And I'm not going to refute that, but the thing that I would argue is this study was done in Yellowstone Park, and what you're looking at is a sampling of the pollutants they found, benzene, toluene, and if you look at it, there's a dramatic difference between the on-road sampling, and then if you look on the off-road backcountry sampling, there's almost negligible amounts, except around Old Faithful, which I think would be obvious that a lot of people would go to see Old Faithful. But the other thing you have to look at is look at the picture of the road access and the gazillions of snowmobiles on the road. So my concern here is they're using a 20-year-old study. They're comparing apples to oranges. I think the road use in Yellowstone Park doesn't even compare to Tuolumne County, and especially when you look at sampling from roads. So I think this is asinine. It's inane to use studies like this and weaponize them, and then factor in the fact that we're using 20-year-old machines. We're not using new technology with new emission standards, especially California emission standards. So my concern here is this group is trying to use junk science to try and achieve an objective. And if you look on their website, they're more excited about banning snowmobiles than anything they mention about environmental use or environmental concerns. So the other thing, as being a property owner up in Eagle Meadows and having been up there for a number of years and snowmobiled for over 30 years, but I also ski, I also cross-country ski. So I represent all these issues. The thing that I think is kind of crazy is they're trying to limit access to areas where they never go. They want to ban, for example, dramatic area of Sonora Pass. I think the gold medalists from the Olympics might be able to get up there and back in a day, on a good day, but they can't access. I've never seen a cross-country skier beyond 3 miles from Snow Park. So when they say that they want to have mutual use of the ground, I mean, what is their statement? Land of many uses? Well, I mean, I think they want specific use for specific people. And I think if you look at Snowland's arguments, they don't want to see a snowmobile, they don't want to hear a snowmobile, they don't want to cross a snowmobile track. They basically want a private forest for themselves. The other thing that they don't address, and I think another significant issue that isn't addressed here, is that this plan, especially Alternative 5, actually discriminates against Americans with disabilities. There are a lot of people that snowmobile that have they're amputees. I know an amputee that snowmobiles. I know another person that has severe osteoarthritis that can't cross-country ski. I know another person with a chronic pulmonary COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, that doesn't have the air to cross-country ski. So what's happening is they're actually discriminating against Americans with disabilities. They're actually limiting access to people whose only access to the area is via motorized access. So I think this goes beyond. I mean, it's nice when you are an avid cross-country skier and you're in shape, but there's a lot of people, even people that are overweight, aren't able to achieve that objective. So I think their proposal is flawed in many ways. I think our group strongly recommends Alternative 4, and I want to mirror the images of Supervisor Brennan as a snowmobiler. Their lines are capricious, arbitrary, and impossible to enforce. When they're telling you have to stay on 100 feet of the stream in the middle of winter, how does a snowmobiler even know where the stream is? And how can you? I mean, in a way, it's almost a form of entrapment. They're setting up boundaries that are actually causing good citizens to break the law unknowingly. And I think they need to have better boundaries that are ridge lines, things that are more accessible, more obvious to the average snowmobiler. It's impossible when you're snowmobiling to follow these boundary lines. And if you've done snowmobiling, you know, especially when you're in the powder, you have to keep moving. You can't just stop and get directions. I don't think we have to be professional cartologists to figure out, you know, where we are on the map. You can't do that, and even the best of snowmobilers wouldn't be able to follow these boundary lines. The last thing, 25% of the Sierra Nevada is already wilderness area. 25%. We can't snowmobile on already. It's protected. They can go cross-country ski on, but we can't snowmobile on. So how much more land do we need to set aside? I think there's plenty of land for them to achieve their serene and quiet objective of not having any, you know, people around them, and I think that's their goal. But the Forest Service needs to be called out on that. There's already a sufficient amount of public land set aside. This is not a small issue, and it does affect the economy. There's a large number of people that come up there and use that land. And if you think of Port Donnell's resort, they just got burned down. In the winter, they rely upon snowmobile use. If you take away Sonora Pass and limit it to what they're proposing, they're not going to have any business. And, you know, what about the impact on them, the economic impact? I mean, this is a huge issue. And so I would encourage the board to continue to put the pressure on the Forest Service. I think that they are not doing a good job on this, and I think their science, quite honestly, it leaves a lot to be desired. I agree with Supervisor Royce that I struggle with the concept of how a snowmobile on 8 to 10 feet of powder can affect a species, you know, especially a frog. And when you talk to the people on that, the other question I would have is the research, is it peer-reviewed and published research? A lot of times there's research that's produced, and as a scientist myself and who's done some research, you know, it's a big deal when the research is peer-reviewed, especially if it's published, because it adds legitimacy to the research. My question is I have not been able to get from them a copy of this research supposedly that affects frogs, and I would like to understand what is the legitimacy of that research in the world of environmental science and by people that actually author papers. And I don't think we should be making such radical decisions affecting Forest Service land. And as one of the people at the meeting that they had at the office about 3 weeks ago said, I asked him, and he said, well, there's a potential possibility it might affect a frog. And I just laughed at that, a potential possibility that it might. We're better than that. We shouldn't be making decisions affecting lots of people and lots of access based on the possibility that it might. We need science that actually demonstrates that it does. And I know of no science that actually demonstrates access from sampling at those sites. It's really questionable in its integrity. So I would really challenge the board to call them out on their science, call them out on what they're doing. And the last point, I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit long here. They need to really propose an alternative that limits an area around Snow Park. The obvious solution to part of this is, why is there not a radius 1 or 2 miles from Snow Park where we don't allow off-road snowmobile use? If they really want access to a quiet environment where there's no snowmobiles, then none of the alternatives show that. So why don't they say, okay, for the first 3 miles, let's allow snowmobiles to have, you know, limited access. Give us a speed limit. That's fine. Require some of the snowmobilers that have pipes to calm their machines down and make them quieter. I don't think we have a problem with that. And then why don't we go ahead and actually put in place a restriction around Snow Park where it makes more sense, where they would actually access the area. But to have restrictions back in the backside of Eagle Meadows near Relief Reservoir or the top of Sonora Pass, where there's no conflict between snowmobilers and cross-country skiers in those areas, and to assert such is intellectually dishonest to assert that. And I don't see that considered in any of their plans. So those are my comments. I would thank you guys for your interest in this subject. I thank you for representing the citizens of Tuolumne County in a very important issue. It seems like a small issue, but this is a process that's going to have an impact for a long time. And once this goes into effect, it's not going to be easily reversed. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanveld.
I'm glad you brought up snowlands. I wasn't going to do that, but since you did. This particular instance has been going on for about 8 years. It came up about the time I was first taking office, and I shared it with county council's office because I ran into snowlands in Bear Valley over an incident a few years before that. They are dedicated. Their old website, they changed the wording a little bit because I just have it in front of me right now. Old website used to say that they were dedicated to eliminate snowmobile. They don't say that, but they brag about 2 cases where they have severely restricted or eliminated. One being Highway 88 in the Carson Pass area. They are exactly what he says. They have an incident doing this, and I don't believe there's any hard data to your comment. And we've caught other groups doing this in rimfire, dry labbing data, and doing things by innuendo. This has to be real science, and there is no real science here. And so I think this is a real problem, that this is driven by a special interest and not for the general community good.
Do you have enough direction?
Yeah.
Do we need a motion, or are we?
Yeah, motion.
You want a motion? I'll move in favor of staff recommendation.
A second.
Motion. Any more public comment? I don't want to cut anybody off out there. Okay. Motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Yes. Yes.
So is a motion to direct staff to work with Supervisor Brennan? Okay, I just wanted to
Okay.
clarify that. Okay.
All right. Good
Thanks.
enough?
Yep.
Okay. 16.
This is consideration of adopting a resolution terminating the local state of emergency due to the Donnell fire.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Jason Terry, Office of Emergency Services. By way of a quick highlight reel here, on August 1st, the fire was reported around Lake Donnell. In the next week, it had its most destructive run, destroying 53 structures and dozens of minor structures. During this time, the county also dispatched a structure protection group to help defend structures along the Highway 108 corridor. The board chair proclaimed a local state of emergency on August 5th, and this board ratified that decision on August 7th. This decision has been reaffirmed every 30 days since. On August 19th, Highway 108 was reopened. Since this point in time, there has been no additional structures threatened from the Donnell fire. It has been deprioritized from a Type 2 to a Type 4 command team, and many of the resources have been released as the needs have decreased. County staff, CRA, admin office, and OES continue to work with the U.S. Forest Service both on debris contingency plans, which this afternoon there'll be a report from the Bear team along those lines, and also with the recovery process. So per our county ordinance, the board shall terminate this state of emergency as at the earliest date that conditions warrant. So it is staff recommendation that the board terminates the local state of emergency due to the Donnell fire.
I'm okay with terminating the state of emergency. I think that's fine. I want to stress one thing and hopefully recommend some staff action on another with related to this. Number one, just because we terminate the local state of emergency does not mean that there are not emergent situations, localized emergent situations out there. And the public needs to be aware of that. We had people injured in burning stump holes after the rim fire 2 years after that fire was declared out and we were out of the state of emergency. So while for very good reasons we're contemplating today withdrawing the state of emergency, there still are some emergent situations out there that people have to be aware of, and they need to coordinate very closely with the Forest Service when they're out there walking around or doing whatever they do. We've done our best to ensure that the burned residential areas and commercial areas up there have been mitigated of hazardous waste and material that resulted from the fire. But That doesn't mean it's perfect, so people need to be careful. The second thing that I would like staff to do is to work with the Forest Service. I want to really look at both rimfire, and I mean honestly look at it, okay? Not from some parochial, let's, keep our dirty laundry hidden. But both the rimfire and the Donnell fire on initial attack on both of those fires. I think that the policies and procedures that have been in place need to be addressed. And I am not after hanging people or filleting them in public or anything like that. What I'm for is figuring out how we do the job better the next time a fire breaks out in a river canyon or some kind of a drainage area. So I would like staff, if my colleagues agree, to work with the Forest Service, again, not trying to find fault with anybody, but how do we do business better going forward. We can't change the past. The past is gone. In some cases, it's very sad, but we can change the future.
Supervisor Hanveld.
I agree with that last statement that by Supervisor Rutherford, and I want to point out that we sent our own structure protection team there, and they did a marvelous job. We didn't lose a single structure after they went up, and that was important. I want to point out that they wanted to open Highway 108. And I know I badgered a lot of people on one certain Saturday morning, fire, law enforcement, and everybody else. And they weren't going to open 108, but they weren't going to open Kennedy Meadows in spite of the fact that our structure protection team had left and taken all their gear with them. And they did open Kennedy Meadows, and that's a large part because of the county's efforts, the sheriff and Craig Pedro and a few others. But I'm not sure that emergency is over. I'm a little concerned about this. Just like rimfire wasn't really over just because the fire is contained. And we got roads blocked off up there. We got sections blocked up there. It's blamed on the fact that we still have hazard trees, and with rain coming, we may have mudslides and things like that. I'm anxious to hear the Bear report, but I'm not convinced that we're doing the right things. There are people that got burned out, and they can't get in and clean up the mess because it's a hazard. They can't get in by the Forest Service says it's a hazard. They can't get in, clean up the mess, and get work started so they can rebuild at the earliest possible date. Got people who can't go in, whose homes were saved, can't go in to these areas and winterize their house for winter because the Forest Service says it's not safe. So is the emergency over? I'm not so sure. The danger of fire or continued fire from the Donnell fire it may be over, but I don't know that the emergency itself is over. So
I think we have to look back on why we declared the state of emergency, and it was because of the fire. If the fire is out, I'm not sure if we can continue.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, I still think we have a state of emergency, so I'm echoing that, and I do think we have to go after the general fire policy that is done here. And how we attack these things. In the middle of fire season, I think you need to attack the fire with everything you got immediately and not watch it.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, and the immediate threat is over, my colleagues. We're all in agreement with that, but I would remind the public that a significant part of the burn area is still in a forest closure. Everything north of Highway 108 is still under an active forest closure, and so access is still severely limited. I completely agree, though, with what Supervisor Hanfeld said, is I know we need to think about why we did the initial declaration and the immediate threat is over. But we are going to be faced with a lot of impacts, and we're going to hear more about that this afternoon. And certainly for those people that lost property up in the area, they still consider it to be an ongoing emergency. So while the definition is different, and I understand why we are taking the action we are here today,
I want those homeowners and business owners to understand that we recognize that there still is a lot of work to be done up there, and that we may see some other potential threats from soil movement. And again, we'll hear about that this afternoon. To Supervisor Rotifer's point, this is a much larger conversation because it's a forest initiative policy, and I've already started this conversation with our federal representatives to actively look at the policy that is in place and how we do initial attacks, specifically in areas where we have overly dense canopies and limited access like the river canyons. And so I know that they're anxious as soon as everything settles from the aftermath of the fire and the effects that we're dealing with to really start a conversation and look at those policies from a federal level.
Just to clarify, I am aware that we are in discussions. But there's a lot of people out in the public that need to know that we're in those discussions and that we're going to pursue them aggressively.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, back to the subject of getting rid of the state of emergency. I'm looking for any public comment. Looking for a motion.
I move on staff recommendation.
I'll second reluctantly.
All right, motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, do we have time to do any of the closed session?
If we could read the one on the airport, the Lorick hangar, 20.
Okay, clerk, please read closed session item 20.
Sure. Conference with Rural Property Negotiators, Price and Terms, Craig Pedro, Tracy Riggs, and Benedict Sleuth. Authority Government Code, Section 54956.8, building known as the Lockhart Hangar, located at 1000 Technology Drive at Columbia Airport.
Any public comment on closed session item 20? All right, we'll go to closed session. We'll be back at 10:45. All right, we're a little bit late coming back. Apologize. Will the clerk please read our 10:45 appointment?
This is a presentation on the Pacific Gas and Electric Community Wildfire Safety Program and Public Safety Power Shutoff Program in Tuolumne County.
Jason.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Jason Terry, County Administrator's Office. Over the last couple of weeks, I know your board and our admin office has heard a lot of feedback about the Community Wildfire Safety Plan and the Power Safety Shutoff Program. So at the request of Supervisor Hanvelt, we've invited PG&E to come here today and present to the board these programs. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Michael Gaffney, who will introduce the other two members for PG&E.
Good morning, Chairman Gray and members of the Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Michael Gaffney, Local Public Affairs Representative with PG&E. Thank you for your time this morning. Nothing is more important to PG&E than the safety of our customers and communities. As we are all aware, years of drought, extreme heat, and a record number of dead and dying trees are transforming the state and creating a new normal. This new normal means we must partner to do even more to strengthen the safety and resilience of the state's energy infrastructure. We've already enhanced our efforts to reduce wildfire risks in response to this changing environment and last year's wildfires. I have two subject matter experts here with me this morning to speak in depth about these efforts. Senior Manager with Vegetation Management, Becky Johnson, and Supervising Vegetation Management, Corey Peters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Is it better to have me here or at the podium?
Wherever you're most comfortable, I think we can hear you well and we can see the board there.
There we go. Oh, there we go. Much better when I actually hit the button. Well, thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to talk to you today. As Michael mentioned, this is a program that's strictly driven on public safety. And so we'll share with you the progress we've made to date and then what we're currently working on. And Corey, my colleague, is here, and he's local, and he's the one who has the subject matter expertise for what's going on specifically in your community. So as Michael mentioned, we're facing totally different types of conditions. What we've seen in the field has been completely unprecedented. That's prompting us to take action throughout PG&E. And I'm going to go over this slide fairly quickly because then I'll get more into the meat of this in subsequent slides. So for starters, we have a 24/7 monitored wildfire safety operations center in San Francisco with a backup facility in Vacaville in case we need to operationalize that. And we're keeping tabs on everything that's going on in the weather, with the weather and the local conditions all throughout our service territory. And then we're getting the real-time information from the field, and we're deploying resources as needed. We've doubled the number of weather stations that we have throughout our service territory. What we're here to talk to you today about specifically are the enhanced vegetation management practices in the high fire threat areas. Something different that we're doing this year is we're disabling automatic reclosers on our circuit breakers, which means if there's a fault on the line, what would ordinarily happen is the line would, our controls would try to get that line to keep active. But if there's a line down or if there's vegetation near a line, you don't want it sparking and starting a fire. So we've turned those off in the high fire threat areas throughout our service territory. We had a workshop a couple of weeks ago specifically to address the veg work and also our public safety power shutoff. So that could mean proactive de-energization of specific circuits given specific weather conditions, including high temperatures, high winds, and low humidity. We're investing in our infrastructure. That means replacing wood poles with non-wood poles in some of our higher fire threat areas and also using different types of wire, so insulated wire, which is stronger. And then also working with the communities to develop fire resilient zones, and that's also part of our veg work. So you are in a high fire threat area, both elevated and extreme. This is a map that the California Public Utilities Commission released late last year, and it was developed using intelligence from CAL FIRE, from utilities, and other critical infrastructure providers. And this is based on where people live and also where the utilities are located in relation to fire threat areas. So Tuolumne County, where we're sitting today, we're in a high fire threat area, and people can go online to learn more about how these maps were developed and also see this for themselves at this Fire Threat Maps website on the PUC site. So our VEG program, this is something that we've been doing year in and year out for decades, which is patrolling every single mile of our overhead line throughout our 70,000 square mile service territory in a lot of areas, including yours. When the tree mortality epidemic started, we began second patrols, meaning 6 months after our regular routine patrol, we would send inspectors out again to see if there were any trees that had died since the first time that we were out there that year. And so we've been actively addressing dead, disease, and dying trees, and that increased the number of trees that we were removing in the hundreds of thousands over the last couple of years. We're still under a state of emergency throughout the state of California for tree mortality, including where we are here in Tuolumne County. And that's included, so we've responded via multiple patrols. In the wildland-urban interface areas, we were conducting quarterly patrols. In the Tier 3 areas, we did an extra patrol on top of that. So some of the areas have been patrolled up to 5 times for vegetation throughout our tree mortality emergency. A lot of your citizens were part of our debris management dead tree cleanup program, where once we went in and removed the trees, we helped them maintain their defensible space by working with them to remove the logs. That's also helping us with emergency response access through some of the grants through to the fire safe councils for some hyperlocal fuel clearing projects and also maintaining defensible space. We are funding our fire detection air patrols, and those have increased this year as well. So those go from dawn until dusk throughout our service territory. There are 5 different flight paths that we follow for smoke detection. Last year, we had over 200 fire detections, and I think it's about 20 of those were the first call-ins were from our flights. Around your community and also throughout other high fire threat areas in California, you're going to see a lot of publicity from CAL FIRE, and it's also supported by PG&E to help inform citizens as far as what the risks are for maintaining defensible space, removing dead, diseased, and dying trees, making sure their motorized equipment is properly maintained so it doesn't start a spark. We've been actively engaged with the Governor's Tree Mortality Task Force. Corey Peters has been our local lead for that, and also up in Sacramento. And then also continuing the fuels reduction project. So that's what we've been doing specifically for tree mortality. What's of most interest to you today is what we're doing to take that steps further for the new conditions that we're seeing out in the field when it comes to what the threat of wildfires. And every fire expert with whom we've had contact, and it's widely reported in the media that the fires are much less predictable than they have ever been, and we need to take extra precautions. And the California Public Utilities Commission, who's one of our regulators, starting January 1st of this year, they've been requiring us to take extra clearances around our distribution lines. And clearance just means that's how much space needs to be between our distribution lines and vegetation. And the minimum is a 4-foot clearance. That means we need to maintain at least 4 feet year-round all the time. But trees grow, lines can sag, lines can sway. So the guideline that we're given is to take at least 12 feet of clearance around these lines to be able to accommodate for that. And that's a radial clearance. So that means you could have a big tree and then there's a line, and to have that 4 feet of radial clearance, to be in compliance, you could have a tree that still overhangs the line even though it meets that clearance. So that's why we're taking that a step further, and that's that middle diagram that you see to address the overhanging branches and limbs. So the differences that you're going to see in taking these increased clearances to meet this new standard and to protect the public, that means that there could be some trees that were not worked before in those different patrols that I talked about before that are now part of this program. There could also be trees that are removed instead of pruned. Typically, in our routine work, we would remove about 10% of the 1.4 million trees. With the tree mortality epidemic, we've been removing a lot more. And then with this program, if it's determined by our expert arborists who go out and write the prescriptions for the trees, if they determine that it's more beneficial to remove the tree, that's what we're going to do. At the same time, on these patrols, there could be trees outside of this zone that are deemed to be dead, diseased, or dying, and could therefore pose threats of failing into the lines, and so those would be listed for work as well. So the middle two, that's to maintain that clearance that we need. The fire defense zone that you see in the right graphic, that's where we see the optimum level of fire protection. It helps us create strategic breaks to prevent the spread of wildfire. It also provides access to first responders, and it also provides access to our crews to go in and do inspections and any type of maintenance or restoration work that needs to be performed. The next slide goes into just a little bit more as far as what I talked about. I covered each one of these key points for this program on the right. This is where we would also work with the private property owners to determine the appropriate levels of work and also removing the wood and debris resulting from those projects. All right, I covered all of that and what I talked about. And we want to make sure that we're completely informing everybody as far as the work that we're doing. And this is an area where we know it's a sensitive topic, and so you've been getting feedback from your community members as far as how we could be doing better with this. And so we want to work with you to review any necessary safety work and answer the questions that you have. So when this work is being performed, citizens can expect that they'll have an inspector who comes on his or her property, and that's somebody who's a trained arborist, many of whom are International Society of Arboriculture certified arborists. Some of them are certified to be utility specialists. And they care about the trees as much as you do. And so they want to number one, protect you and protect your citizens. And number two, make sure that we are caring for these trees so they're the ones that don't need to be removed stay as healthy as possible. So we'll do that by knocking on the door, having conversations with citizens when we're able to do that, leaving a door hanger to explain the work that's being done, which does have a phone number where the person could call to get more information. We've established a dedicated phone line and email address where people can find out more, and then also a website that gives greater levels of detail for the VEG program, and also a dedicated wildfire website where people can type in his or her address to find out if they're in a Tier 2 or Tier 3 area and if they would be subject to some of these new programs that we have. And then to learn more, here are the sites, and then Michael and Corey are with me to help me answer any questions that you might have.
Hand vote, then Supervisor Rutherford.
I don't think I have a lot of complaints about the program. I do have complaints about how you're implementing it and how you're communicating. And you had an event, I'll call it, at Twain Hart on Saturday. It was not well communicated, and I really think the right way to do this, and we suggested this to you on a couple of occasions. We've offered county assistance, is that we have a community forum, a community meeting where you can get up and give this kind of explanation and answer individual questions. But what's happened in practice is that your crews have gone out and they have been overly aggressive in terms of how they've dealt with some of our constituents and by the way, trees are part of their property. They're kind of almost members of the family sometimes, particularly when they're large, old growth, healthy trees. And there's been some of the crews have been overzealous and a bit aggressive and haven't dealt well with our people. I actually have two people here who want to speak to you about some of this. One of them is a registered professional forester from the U.S. Forest Service and probably knows more about trees than I'll ever want to know. And she has some serious questions. And then we have another gentleman, Cameron McLean, here, who had a direct confrontation with your people, and the sheriff came out because of that problem. And clearly, when you get to that point, we haven't done something right. And so I'm just suggesting that while we understand the good intentions, and I understand the liabilities that PG&E faces, and I don't necessarily agree with the law, because I think we as citizens also share some of the responsibility for our trees. But nevertheless, this has to be a cooperative effort, and we all have to kind of buy in. And when there's opt-out clauses, for instance, or at least it's talked about, and people say they opt out, and that doesn't happen. Our own sheriff, he isn't here, but he expressed to me yesterday his disappointment. He thought he had to deal with PG&E and understood the marked trees, but he didn't walk around behind and see an X on the backside of a large old-growth cedar, and it's gone. So it's gone forever. The problem is, once you've done the work, we can't repair it. So I think we need to step back from where we are or have been and have that town hall meeting and take into consideration the local concerns and make sure we get them answered. And I don't think that's been done well. I'm being nice about this, but it's a serious criticism about how we do business. PG&E needs to be, and look, PG&E has historically been a good partner on a lot of things we've done. I mean, I know about tree mortality. I know about what you guys did in rimfire, and I give you a lot of credit for some of those things. But we've got to continue that effort. We can't just say we did good once. We've got to continue to do good and do it by the right process. So I'm hoping we're going to have time for some of those people to talk to you about it, because I think it's really important.
And thank you for being. Oh, do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your open and honest feedback. And I agree, we need to do better. We do. These are changing times, and we've been responding really quickly. And that's been at the expense of being able to be as communicative with specific community members as we could have been. And we welcome the chance to talk to everybody, including the RPF you mentioned. That's somebody who would have specific subject matter expertise in the type of work that we're doing. The feedback that I got about the event on Saturday was that people were lined up to talk to our people.
I showed up at 9:15 for a meeting that started at 9:30, and there were over 100 people. And it was, I will be kind and say it was chaos.
I can understand that. I wasn't there to see it for myself. That is what we're trying to avoid, which is why our preference is to work with customers one-on-one to discuss the issues that they have. And with a town hall type of environment, we would see that same type of lineup and that same type of chaos. It's our preference to work with employees.
But the general communication could take place to a large group, much like you've done here, and then they can ask specific questions. And I think that's a more effective way to do it, because they were having to explain the general thing to every single person that came up. And you already had people that had significant confrontations with your crews. And I would have to say that the two-way communication wasn't exactly the best environment to be in. I mean, and when some of your crews come and take out my favorite cedar tree or whatever, I feel violated. And that's what I'm trying to avoid here. And that's why I'm suggesting we stop, take a little respite, get the community town hall meeting and have a real serious explanation. The chaos there, you had 4 or 5 people there, maybe 6 people, but no one seemed to be in charge, and it was a while before people even realized they were supposed to line up. It was just not well handled. It wasn't explained well.
Sorry.
Now, you were there, you guys, I left probably 12:30 because there was only a couple of people there, and they were just 1 or 2 coming in from time to time. They were staying till 3. But it wasn't that well organized, and I really think we were talking like this.
Yeah, that's not effective.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford.
I have a couple questions. One, you talk about deactivating the circuit breakers. What impact will that have on customers? Will it be resulting in more lost power? And I'm not critical of it. Mm-hmm. I just want our constituents to know what to expect this winter when we always lose power anyway. Okay. So what I just want to know is what can they expect as a result of, I think it's a very smart thing to do, but I just want our constituents to know what to expect.
Great. Yeah, good clarification. So by the winter time, it shouldn't be an issue. So about 50% of our distribution lines are controlled by SCADA controls, meaning we can operate those reclosers remotely. And so we're able to turn them off and on just remotely in real-time conditions. And then for the remaining 50% that aren't SCADA controlled, at the beginning of fire season, we sent maintenance employees out to manually turn them off. And then at the end of fire season, which we're hoping will end soon, it seems to be around in California these days, but they'll go back and turn them back on. Okay. And so, but while the recloser protocol is in place, in those areas, what customers can expect is that if they have an outage, and ordinarily the recloser would keep trying to keep the power on, customers could anticipate longer outages until we would get an inspector out there to determine what caused that fault, whether it was an animal or maybe a tree branch brushed it, or if there's a mechanical failure, and then however long it takes to resolve that. So slightly longer outages.
Okay. And then the second question I have is, in my view, the real long-term answer to all this is underground power lines. And you folks have a program where we've gotten money. I won't say every year. Maybe it is every year. I don't remember if it is, but quite frequently we get money to work with you folks to put power lines underground. how much of you're a business, okay? You have a fixed revenue just like everybody else, and this is obviously costing you some money. Is that going to impact the amount of money that you're going to have available for putting power lines underground?
Yes.
Okay.
And
I
undergrounding
didn't
lines,
like
you would
that
also
one.
need to do. You would also need to do tree removals to be able to do the trenching or directional boring to be able to place those lines, which would then make this a moot point. So we are looking at undergrounding in certain areas where it makes sense, particularly in remote areas that it's dangerous for our crews to go out and patrol the lines. So when you're thinking over a big canyon or in areas where it could take hours to get a crew out to restore power. So undergrounding is part of our overall strategy. It's just it's from a logistics point of view, it doesn't solve the problems that people would hope it would as far as being able to save trees. And also, we still need to keep rates affordable for customers.
Okay. And then the last thing that I have is to echo what Supervisor Hanveld said on messaging. When our constituents have problems with PG&E, they don't call PG&E mostly. They call us, okay? And we're used to dealing with our constituents. We kind of know where there are certain sensitivity pockets or whatever in our area. And we have found town hall meetings to be very, very productive, good way to get broadcast information out. I applaud you for wanting to deal one-on-one with your customers or the property owners. I think that that's important too. But again, then you're dealing with specifics to that property only because we've already gotten the broad-based message out. So I would encourage you in the future. I echo what Supervisor Hanveld said. You guys are great partners, have been in any number of ways. But I do think that you failed a little bit on the messaging on the front end of this, and we can help you. And that's what we would like to pass, or I would like to pass on to you is, in the future, let us help you get the word out to our people because we understand those people.
Of course, yeah. Thank you. And we recognize that we could have done better.
Okay.
2 weeks ago, I was here in Sonora. We did an agency workshop in the afternoon with local elected officials and first responders and agencies on aging and organizations representing people with disabilities to discuss the vegetation work and also the public safety power shutoff. And we had an open house that evening, plus the workshops or the answer sessions in the park. So we agree that the messaging needs some improvement, and we value your willingness to help us get the word out. And it doesn't make your job easier if you're having to answer questions more on the front end that should have been answered already.
Yeah, and that was, I just wanted to put an exclamation mark, a heavy mark on this messaging piece because you can understand when, so constituents are calling, and actually there's a belief out there amongst a number of my constituents going north of Sonora that it's not a 12-foot radius, it's 12 feet in every direction. So they're thinking that you're going to come in and do what is essentially a 24-foot swath, and we're just going to have these huge open areas running up the landscape. And so messaging is critical. And the other piece, along with that messaging, is, you have subcontractors coming in from all over the place. And understandably, this is can be a very emotionally charged issue. Mm-hmm. And remembering that and not jumping to, well, if we don't do this, then the property owner is going to assume the liability of a fire risk. And those kinds of conversations can be nipped with a community forum where we are all looking at the same pictures, and then we have the resources also to go back and say, well, no, that's not the message. That's not what they're doing, and move forward on a case-by-case basis after that. So messaging is, again, I just have to put a huge exclamation point behind that because we need correct information to the constituents, and like what you've provided here today.
Okay. Thanks.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. First of all, I sympathize greatly with you guys, and I feel really bad for you. I would not want to be in your position. I highly respect the mission of what PG&E is trying to do, but like they said, there's some things I totally understand. I also sympathize greatly with the constituents and a lot of the concerns and the impacts to their own personal situation. So it's a delicate thing, and there's important factors that we're considering here. So I have some fundamental questions. I just want to know, like, what right PG&E has to remove this vegetation. Are there utility easements where they have the right to go on that, or do you have a legal right to extend your project onto people's property beyond those easements? How does that work? So that's one question. What you said, like, you're going to be dealing with things on a one-on-one basis. What actual right do property owners have to appeal, and what information will they have to know what you're proposing to do on their property? I know in front of my house, I've got a 5-foot diameter sugar pine tree that's got yellow tape on it. I don't know what that means. And if someone comes and tries to cut it, my wife's going to kick my butt, and she'll tell me to go out there and stop them, and I'll be in the same predicament a lot of people have already found themselves in. So I can see how there's a lot of questions. I mean, I see these door hangers, but it's kind of, I guess you can put your name on there and start dealing with stuff. Maybe you want to deal with things more on a flexible basis when you're dealing with these one-on-ones, but it'd be nice to give people some kind of comfort to know that there's a process and, an easy way to interface. This is kind of just more opening up communication. It was mentioned in the past with your guys' projects, you get second, third, fourth tier subcontractors out on these projects, and no?
No, not anymore. I put a stop to that last April.
So it's only 2 tiers or 1 tier?
1 tier.
One tier?
I have primes and I have subs doing this work for us, and I'm going to tell you why. And yes, we do have people from out of the area coming in. That's because these are people who are trained to do this type of work.
Yeah.
Utility vegetation management is one of the highest risk professions. We're essentially doing logging next to high voltage power lines.
And homes.
And homes and roadways and waterways.
It's challenging.
It is challenging.
Yes.
And so second and third and fourth tier subs, that takes less attention away from me and what is going on in the field. And I can't have that risk of somebody I don't have the confidence in. They don't know what they're doing.
You'll have more oversight and control because you have more of an interface with the
Correct.
actual labor force versus in the past.
Yeah,
so that's very comforting to hear.
The only time you're going to see a third or fourth, a second or third or fourth tier, or second or third tier sub, it's probably the deepest we would go would be for some specialty provider like cranes, traffic control, or some great extenuating circumstance, and they go through a huge vetting
I'm not
process.
opposed to using multiple tiers
but
of subs.
I just wanted to be clear
I
on
don't
that.
think it's a bad thing. I just
Right.
think it needs to be managed to where the communication's being delegated down
Right.
through the labor force so that the guys on the ground understand some of the challenges, at least the basics of, what they're dealing with and how to deal with people. And that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
So as far as, like I said, a process for people to appeal, if you say we're proposing to, completely remove this tree, what rights and what processes are there for people?
Okay, I'm going to defer to Corey on this. Corey has strong operational expertise in how we do how that work gets done in the field, and also what our rights are and what property owners' rights are, and then how we meet
that in as well.
Meet in the middle when possible.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So for what you're calling the right to appeal, our customers always have the right to say no. And if the customer does say no, right now we're working with all the customers that want to work with us. We're focused on that work, and we'll return to revisit those customers and re-engage them and talk about their specific trees again later.
So would that just be done through them complaining to us and us calling you, or what? How would they initiate that?
That should be initiated at the time of notification. So to back up, we have the door hanger notification. That's not preferred. Preference would be to be in person. But as you know, a lot of these people aren't home. So if they aren't home right now, they go to a team that specializes in calling and getting a hold of those people, especially the ones that live in other areas. If we don't get a hold of those people, they get put on hold and set aside for right now. We don't have a timeline on when we're going to return or try to revisit or engage those customers again because we're not having any luck talking to them right now. But if we do get a hold of the customer, more times than not, they're usually wanting to have the work performed and in that case, we would proceed. If they say no, we would put that work on hold and not go do the work.
So are you notifying the customers with the door hangers or phone calls at the time you're doing the assessments and the survey work, or when is that happening?
So our goal is to knock on the door, let them know we're getting ready to do the assessment. Because it's so critical that we get this work done now during this fire season, we go out and do the assessment. If they're not home, we leave them the door hanger. Either way, they should be getting the door hanger. And then we follow up by phone until we can contact the person. If we can't contact them right now for this work, we're not doing it.
How do you know how to contact? So here's for example, okay, I didn't get a door hanger. I didn't get a phone call. I have a cell phone only. My wife has a cell phone only. We don't have a landline or a phone number that's attached to our address, so there'd be no way that you'd be able to contact us in that way. I could see that being the case for a lot of people, especially like in Twain Harte and areas where there's vacation homes. There's a huge amount of people, and it's going to be really difficult to get a hold of them. I think there's a lot of things that could fall through that net, and I like I said, I sympathize with you. I know what you're trying to do is good. It's just there's so many personal, nuanced considerations that need to be made that it's extremely challenging. I know you guys are already mobilized and you're trying to get work done now, but it's a hornet's nest, and once it gets stirred up, it's going to make the work a lot harder. So same thing. I'd like to help you guys achieve your mission, and also, represent my constituents and try to explain, the concerns, so that it can be kind of dealt with, in a way that everybody can live with. But I feel like there needs to be more than that, more than door hanger and the call. It's challenging to know what, the only way I know how to do that, which is slow, and I don't know if it's going to work, is letters. And I mean, you have property addresses, you have, we have tax information, so you got the tax rolls, and you have a mailing address for every physical location.
So we do have teams using all of that information to try to track people down. For instance, a fellow like you that, is a empty house, when we get there, can't find a phone number, we have a whole team that's going through all of our customer pay database and RealQuest and all the title information we can find to track down the right property owner, because that's who we want to be talking to. So that's after that non-contact. We have a lot of teammates currently doing that job right now.
Is there any possibility that you could get like a step in place to get consent before you proceed with actually removing material? And for me, it would be very comforting to know, like I said, what's yellow tape mean? What does green paint mean? I saw a green dot on one tree, and I'm going, okay, is this one getting trimmed? Is this one getting cut? Is there a way to where people can actually see what's being proposed? Like, I don't know if it'd be impossible to map every single property and project, but I don't know. I feel like that's what needs to be done. People need to know what it's all about expectation, and it's all about due process. So people need to understand what you're proposing to do, and then they need to have the ability to either say, okay, I'm cool with that, or no, and then we go down this other road.
I think one of the things that they do have is their PG&E customers. Somewhere you have an address and a name of that customer that you're going to be taking that tree off of.
That's a good point.
Ultimately,
you have a point of contact.
It's got to be there. So I think that they can do it with what they have.
Yeah, included in a bill, next month's bill. Here's what we're proposing for your property.
So I'll defer to Corey again in just a moment. We did send a letter to every single customer in a Tier 3 area about 2 months ago, just saying this is coming, and also where they could go for more information.
Yeah.
Our information as far as people's phone numbers is only as good as the customer's ability to update their information. So I strongly encourage you and your wife to have your cell phone numbers on our files so we would be able to make contact with you. I encourage that for all customers. In fact, we did a campaign to have people update their information so we can get in touch with them. That's where we need your help, is to help ensure that the letters that we're sending, the phone calls that we attempt to make actually can get a person on the other end. Mm-hmm. So that's an area where we need help. And then Corey.
I know the other challenging part of that is you have renters and you have people that own the property, and sometimes, a lot of times, probably the renter is the person on record as the ratepayer when somebody else owns the property and is the person that would really be the appropriate person to be dealing with. So I know that's just another.
Right. And also rental, vacation homes.
Same thing.
That are vacant.
Yeah. I mean, so that just makes it more challenging. But just the one question that you weren't able to answer or haven't answered yet was about the right of what legal right and area. Is it, within the easements you're allowed to do that, or is it because, I mean, I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we're mandated by CPUC to obtain forfeited clearance year-round. So we have, statutory backing to complete that work or any kind of fall into hazard from elsewhere. So that includes any dead, dying, or hazardous or defective tree that could fall from outside of the power line corridor into the power line. So that's like what you see.
That's what's being mandated to you guys?
That is what has been for a long time.
Okay.
That's why we go so far out of our easement to get trees that could fall into our lines. All these dead trees that we've seen over these last several years that were way off of our easement. The program that we're currently working on is based off of, we're supposed to maintain forfeited clearance year-round, but we were given the recommendation by the CPUC within these high fire threat districts to get at least 12 feet of clearance at the time of trimming. So anytime we go out to cut a tree, we want to cut, trim, or remove it so that it's outside of that 12 feet.
So they're directing you to do that, but if you're going to cut a tree that's on my property and I own that, I'd still say you don't have a legal right. I mean, you're being mandated to do that. I don't think the CPUC owns my property either. So I still don't.
Well, like I said, we really want to
work with the customers. Do you have a legal right to cut those?
Now.
I know you have a legal mandate to do it, but do you have a legal right to access it and to do that?
For the compliance and fall into hazard work, yes.
Okay.
For the work we're trying to do, we're all talking about today. We are working off that recommendation, and that's why we're trying to work with each individual customer to find out what will also work for them to get this goal achieved.
Yeah. Okay. So it's okay.
That works.
Okay.
And back up real quick.
I appreciate it. I'm not trying to be hard on you. I'm getting people asking me this, and I can't answer the question, and I want to be able to.
A real quick, maybe easier one to answer is the yellow paint is part of this program. It was what we were using for all the emergency work during the drought and bark beetle infestation, so we've continued to use it on this work. An X would indicate a removal, and a dot would indicate a trim. A flag would indicate that tree needs work. It could be one or the other, and we want to engage you. And that yellow ribbon is what we call flagging.
Okay. And publishing that, is that part of this information? I know you got on these door hangers, and I guess do you have a website or something? I guess pgne.com wildfire safety, is that the source for people to be able to, in the future, look this kind of thing up?
That's where we would like for everyone to go with their questions. We also indicate that all trees require work have been clearly marked with paint or tape. We don't spell out the color there because our other annual programs rotate through colors. So the green that you saw was, I think, 2 years ago, annual trimming work.
That would be, if you had a way to publish that and it was simple enough, even if we get local media to release information and say, this is what the marking means and what we're proposing, so people know what to expect, and they're not just. It's going to take away a lot of fears. Maybe it's going to just cause people to get irritated in certain cases too, because then they know, you are planning on cutting this, but at least they know and it's clear. That would be helpful. And then the last thing, I've had issues in the past where constituents, when trees were being removed, sometimes I know it's challenging once again for you guys. Some people will complain that they want to keep the wood. Some people will complain that they want you to take the wood away. And so is there any kind of preference for people, or what are you proposing to do with the material?
Whatever the customer chooses.
There you go.
So we can completely take it away, cut it to firewood, leave it in manageable lengths for the customer, whatever they prefer.
Okay. And one just word of caution, one thing I experienced in the past was in certain cases, people were saying they wanted to leave the wood, and the material was getting left on neighbors' property and things like that. So there's pile, you know what I mean? And then it would take me months and months of phone calls and emails and our staff helping and finally get it resolved to come out, and they'll move it. So I would just word of caution, please articulate to the crews, be cautious. If they are going to leave material, try to be aware of where property lines are and boundaries so they're not leaving it on the neighbor side and things like that, because that'll irk people as well.
It's good feedback. So something else we're doing to notify customers is we have people from our call center who are 100% assigned to veg management right now who are proactively calling all of the private property owners where we're doing this discretionary work, just saying, here's when people are coming, this is what you can expect. And that's their full-time job, is to call people proactively.
And then the last thing, this is for probably Craig or Tracy and our staff. Can we post on our website, like somewhere on the front, a link and get people to this information? Say if you have questions about PG&E clearing project, here's resources, and kind of boil it down to a simple, like, is that on it? Thank you.
Yeah, she's already nodding, so I think yes.
Awesome. I think that'll be helpful, and then that'll be easy for us. For me, I can have an easy way to direct people. So.
Okay. You good? Supervisor Rutherford?
Good. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. You keep talking about calling everybody. Take it from somebody who's tried to call a lot of people. If they don't know your phone number, because everybody's got caller ID right now, they don't answer. So calling these days is not always the most effective way to get a hold of someone.
We were realizing that.
For what it's worth. Okay. I mean, it used to be you called somebody, they picked up, they said, hello, how are you tonight? Not so anymore.
We are making several attempts to get that connection and leaving voicemails and backing it up with a letter. So we're really hopeful we'll get responses. We're making about 700 calls a day right now with our 16-man team that's assigned to that.
Okay, so I only have one question. I think everybody else covered it. I get an e-bill. What type of notifications do I get on my e-bill? I don't get a piece of paper with the letter or whatever. Everything comes to me.
Well, if you're like myself, you should have got the electronic CWSP mailer, which is the Community Wildfire Safety Program. It would have come through in an email talking about the important wildfire safety work and to update your customer information.
And that would come to my personal email?
That would come to your email associated with the account information where you pay your bill.
I don't recall it, but I may have.
But they did only go out to the Tier 3 customers so far. So if you're in the lower elevation, you're probably considered Tier 2.
I'm in Groveland, Pine Mountain Lake area. So
yeah, you're in Tier 2, Pine Mountain Lake. There is Tier 3 in Groveland. It's mostly south of 120 and along 120 towards the high school.
I'll go back and look and see if I got it. Okay. All right. Any other board questions? Public comment? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Cameron McLean. I'm here. I just want to start by saying thank you for being here. I'm not an anti-PG&E guy. My grandfather worked for PG&E for 45 years and provided a very good life for our family by doing so. So when I did get the email that you had talked about, it went to my junk mail. The only reason I went to junk mail is because I heard such email went back, so I went back and tried to find it. Obviously not your fault. That's my fault on the settings of my email. I own a property in Twainhart that is several acres, and it's an inn. I have 8 cabins on my property where people come and they vacation there. If my trees are gone, they're not going to want to be there. But they can't come if it burns down either. So I understand you guys have work that needs to be done, and I want it done on my property. But this is what happened. I was walking around doing work, and one of my a family member comes walking up and hands me a door hanger. I read the door hanger, had great information on it. It was this right here. But the door hanger wasn't hung on the big building right in the middle of the property. It has a driveway going right to it that says office. It was hung on an outbuilding on the very back part of my property where I would have never seen it. And the only reason he went over there was because he had seen footprints in bushes that had been kind of trampled down from someone walking over there. That concerned me. I immediately called the 1-800 number. They explained if there's trees marked, they're going to be cut. They were great. They were kind. I got off the phone. I walked around, and I counted 9 trees that had been marked. Most of them I'm actually okay with them being trimmed, but I just thought it was bizarre that someone came onto my property that has been in my family for 35 years and marked stuff without talking to us when we're all over the place. We have 3 families living full-time on this property running this business. So the next day, I pulled out of the driveway, and I saw on the back side of our property, I saw a white truck back there that I couldn't understand why it was there. So I drove down the back side of the property, and I approached the person. It wasn't an ACRT truck, and it wasn't a PG&E truck. If it was, I would have been okay with them actually being there. It was a utility tree company truck. It was a tree cutter. It was this gentleman right here. And I've got extra pictures to show you guys if you need them. It was that gentleman right there, and I approached him and said, by the way, he was a tree cutter on my property with a can of spray paint in his hand. They're not supposed to have that spray paint. I asked him what he was doing there, and he told me that he was marking trees for tree removal and that he was inspecting the job that ACRT came out and did because, quote, they don't always know what they're doing, and we do. At which point I asked him to please leave my property very politely and called the 1-800 number again and explained it to the very nice young lady who answered the phone, who then told me that shouldn't have been happening. I said, please put a no-cut clause on my property until someone actually discusses it with me. That was a Tuesday. On Wednesday afternoon, I get in my truck. I go to pick up my daughter from school, and when I come back, who do you think I found on my property? Again, that same gentleman right there. I went down the driveway, I approached him again, and this time I had my phone out and I recorded our conversation through video. At which point I told him, you know you can't just come onto my property and do what you want when I've told you you can't. To which he replied, yes, we do. We do it all the time. I've given these videos to PG&E. He has been relocated from what I've heard, all those things. I was still not angry with PG&E. I was still not frustrated with anything until Saturday morning rolled around and I get a phone call from a neighbor, Lad Bruner, who lives right around the corner on Marquee. He calls me kind of in a panic saying, Cameron, they're over here to cut all these trees down and I don't know what to do. I'm kind of a vocal guy. I get those phone calls. So I run out my front door and what do I see? Twain Hart Drive lined with 4 to 5 tree cutting crews and using my driveway, the one I said, don't come down my driveway again until we discuss things, as set up as a communication post. I went out and I discussed it with the gentleman that was out there. He was just a guy there to put cones out. So if you talk to him, I'm sorry for what I did next. And I told him that too. But I relocated all of his cones until he was able to get me a manager to speak with. At which point, if you look, yes, if you look here, before Alicia got there though, he called out his manager. And at this point, I had other neighbors coming in. At which point, he called out his manager, who just happens to be the same guy who's been on my property marking trees. At that point, it got a little heated. OSHA would say that unless you've been trained, you can't do any work with non-trained people on their vehicles. So that's where I placed myself. I sat on the bumper and said, I wanted a manager. You brought me him. I want who's in charge of him to come here. At which point, a gentleman from PG&E showed up, did a fantastic job of squashing the situation, and then Alicia showed up, who I don't know if anyone else here has met Alicia. She should be on the forefront of everything you're doing right now up here. She should have her pictures on billboards saying, this is the lady from PG&E who's trying to help you. Because the community wants PG&E to help us, but here's the thing. You said a quote, and I know I've only got a couple minutes, but I just want to say something. You said that there's a new normal. We totally understand the new normal. I would hate to be dealing with the new normal, but there's no new normal on manners. That man could have knocked on my door, and I would have said, do what you need to do. Then it became a fight in the street that day. The sheriff's department was there. Alicia showed up, and in the end of the situation, what ended up happening is they did exactly what I asked. They said, just walk my property with me. Just walk my property with me. At which point, Ian from ACRT and Alicia walked my property. And at the end of the conversation, she looked at me and said, you're absolutely right. Half of these trees should not even have been marked for trimming, let alone to be cut down. And she says, I'm going to go ahead and put your property on the no-cut list, and we'll be done. I said, I want you to cut the trees that need to be cut. It's the 100-year-old cedar tree at the top of my driveway that's 25 feet from a pole and nowhere near a line that I don't want you to cut. It went on to social media. It kind of blew up. It turned into this whole thing. And where we're at now is I'm trying to tell our community PG&E has a job that they need to do. They're trying to protect us. They want to take care of us. But the things that you proposed here today, if that was actually what was happening, everyone here would throw you a party. But there are so many stories of my door hanger was left on a picnic table behind my house. I personally, I'm there 24/7. We're open 365 days a year. I live and work at the property. My mother-in-law and father-in-law are retired on the property. My best friend and his wife live next door to us. None of us, we are on that property. There is never not anyone on that property. Why didn't someone knock on my door? So where I'm at, and I know I need to wrap up, is that do the work that needs to be done and let us help you do the work that needs to be done. But this is one of those moments when I have 3 kids, and to be a good parent, I've realized there's moments as a parent I need to listen to what my kids are telling me. Sometimes they have better information for me to take in and go, you know what, they're right. And what we're saying is when we show up on Saturday morning to a meeting where we're supposed to get answers that was barely advertised and really got out there because people like us threw it on Facebook and whatever, when we got there, the tent was set up. I was there at 9:45. The tent was set up, and PG&E guys are sitting in there, and everyone else is over here at their cup of coffee waiting for someone to say, we're ready to get started. They didn't do that. I went to Joe. Joe was there that same day with Alicia. I said, Joe, everyone's waiting for you to say, hey, we're here to get ready. He's like, well, we're ready. Just tell them to come talk to us. I said, no. You're going to get the same question 200 times in a row while they're lined up. There's literally a stage 10 feet away in the park that they're in. There's a stage right there. Get on the stage and say, here's what we're here for. This was great. Get up and say some of this stuff, and then let us ask the same question once or twice. And let someone ask a question that maybe I'm not thinking of in a town hall style meeting. That might not work in Walnut Creek where I grew up. But this is Tuolumne County. We're here because we want to be small town and we want to be community, and those are the kind of meetings we want. And we will respect you guys so much more if what we're asking for is respected. You can help us better if you listen to how we're telling you it will work. And now we're at a point now where PG&E's got a black eye up here and people are mad, and now they're not going to listen the way they may have a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So if there's a way that I can help that stuff happen, I'll do that within my community. But we need to see that there's actual stuff going on. Knock on the door. Everyone sitting at this table, and people sitting out here who are running to sit at that table, they're knocking on 30 doors a day just to get that seat. Send your 16 guys out. I got a hotel. They can stay with me. I'll give you a discount. Let's get them out knocking on doors so that we can put a face to what's going on, because Alicia made me feel so much better about it. But I have a friend who literally lost every single tree in his yard while he was at work one day. Came home and every tree was gone, and he had signed a no cut rule. And his property value is gone with those trees. So thank you for wanting to protect us. I pray that after today you listen to us and kind of come back with a new plan that we can get behind and support you doing your job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our registered professional forester.
Well, actually, I'm Debbie Romberger. I'm a forester. I'm not registered. I work federal, so I'm not state. But anyway, I am a forester. My husband Ken's a forester. Between us, we have over 70 years of experience doing forestry, marking trees. I was timber sale contracting officer. We've done many fuel reduction projects, so we have a lot of knowledge of trees and tree marking. So we own and live in Twain Harte. And on Saturday, we actually did get this information, so we use that. But our experience is that we returned home from visiting family for just a short amount of time, no door hanger, no call. We have a landline, we have cell phones, and we had 16 trees marked on us, all to be removed, none to be trimmed. So we started with calling ACRT, got a name and a contact for them,
brought out the arborist. He was a very nice fellow who agreed that almost all those trees should not even be marked, let alone trim. He was going to be working on that and coming back. The next morning, we got a call from a person by the same name telling us that the crews were ready to remove all our trees. Turned out it was Eric Garcia, who's with your tree taking down crew, who actually had the same first name as the ACRT person. He had no knowledge that the arborist had been out, and they were ready to start cutting on us. So we said, nah, not until we get a return visit from the arborist and get the remark done. So a day or so later, we didn't get any communication that the work had been done, but 2 trees had been blacked out, and no communication still about all the other trees where they agreed. So we actually had 16 trees marked. We went out using your guidelines and looked at them, and I left my little clipboard there. You want to bring it up? But we had 16 trees marked. 3 met your criteria for removal. Another 3 or so met the criteria for trim. They have not been remarked. The other trees weren't even close. If you look at your power line, the drip line of the tree, that should be a 12-foot, what you're trying for, 36 feet to the drip line, 45 trees to the bole of the tree. Some of these trees were 67 feet into my property that you've marked. Doesn't come close to your guidelines. So we are, like other people in the community, very anxious to have the right trees removed. We don't want to say, no, don't cut anything, but right now we don't want you to cut all 16 trees. We haven't had any communication back on those other trees that we requested info on. So your process is broken. And we need to have contacts so that when we do have these kind of discrepancies, we could tell. We also noticed walking our neighborhood, that our neighbors who were there the day the markers were there, they have a few trees marked for trim, very few marked for removal. We were not there the day the assessment happened, and we had 16 marked for removal, and they did not meet criteria. So you need to have a way for people to actually, you need to train your crews better in marking, number one, and then you need to have a way for us to get back to you. So that's the actual tree marking. It is poor. Your process is broken. We have been part of hazard tree removal with the dead trees, and we actively participated in getting those trees marked, highlighted trees that we thought ought to come out. And the first time around, we had trees removed, and the trees actually got removed, and both times we signed up for the hazard reduction as well, because we've been doing that for decades on national forest and also on our own land. Very important to do. And the first time around got cleaned up very nicely. This last go around of hazard tree, dead trees coming out, they felled the trees, left them. We had signed up for the program. Absolutely no slash was removed, nothing. We've paid for all that or did it ourselves. We don't think this process is going to help the community with hazardous fuel reduction if you continue to operate in that manner by just dropping and leaving them. So you need some better assurance, to me at least, on what you're going to do for follow-up. Because right now, a lot of these trees, whereas it's good to come down, if you just leave all that material in place, you're creating a heck of a hazard for our community, and that's totally wrong. So I would like to know what my process is now. Currently, they have a hold, I think, although I'm not totally sure,
on our property, and but yet there are trees that really could and should come down. How do we go about doing that without putting at risk all those trees we don't want? What would you say to that?
Well, we would schedule a follow-up appointment with one of our arborists.
So can you give me a name and number, because we want to do that?
I can take your name and number, and I can give you my own. Would that work?
I'll do that after.
Can we do that afterwards? Great.
Sure.
One thing I'd like to address, though, is what you're not seeing in these diagrams are fall into hazards that are always in scope for PG&E. So not saying that they mark the right or wrong trees, but we would go any distance we had to for a tree that was susceptible to falling into the line.
Right. And we were aware of that requirement.
Okay.
And one of the trees that we agree should come out is a leaner that should do that. There are 3 unmarked trees on the junction of Little, Fuller, and Virginia that are totally root cut that could fall into 2 sets of your power lines. I showed that to the arborist last week, and those trees aren't marked yet, so I would like you to take those down. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
As Anaya Kirk, I won't beat a dead horse, so I won't be up here too long. But like Cameron said, I'm one of those people out door knocking, running for a local position. And door knocking, it's always been the roads are the issue, the forest is the issue. But for the last 2 or 3 weeks, this has been when I knock on doors, they say, what are you going to do about what's going on in PG&E? So just to reemphasize, it is a very big deal in our community. I hope you guys are taking it serious. I did tell a lady who I've met along the way, Christina, that I would give this to the board, and I also copied you guys. Because I asked people, hey, do you have any proof that you've opted out? And this was the only person who I could actually find proof. But basically what this is I guess back in May, she opted out of the program. And then come September, she came home one day, and everything that she'd opted out of was then removed. So I think this is just a good piece of information you guys could review. And then doing some research and speaking to people, I think the biggest breakdown of communication, I mean, obviously other than the community, is actually with your tree cutters. Like Cameron said, people coming in, marking additional things, cutting those trees down. So I think, I know where I work, we have training, we have progressive discipline. And then once that training has been given, the people who are doing the tree cutting should be held responsible at that point. So if this continues, set the standard high real quick so this doesn't continue.
I guess I didn't go back to that point that was made earlier, but we do take how we interact with our customers very seriously, and we take immediate action, which has been done in this case.
Okay. What about with cutters, the contractors who you guys have hired? Are they getting additional training? Are they being held responsible for instances where they're going on private property, marking additional trees, and there's proof of it, and then removing those trees? Are they being held responsible?
Absolutely. Okay. We've really engaged them, again, in training them on our new scope of program. This is new and different than what your customer example from May was, right?
Okay.
So it's constantly remessaging, learning from our customers and the public, and retraining our crews.
Okay.
I mean, it's continuous. We've been doing it throughout the program.
Well,
I appreciate the feedback. This is a good learning opportunity for us.
And then the last thing I had a question about was actually, as a homeowner, liability. If I don't let PG&E come out and remove trees, and then a tree does fall, starts a fire, am I liable as a homeowner for that fire? I mean, I know you guys are under so much litigation. I feel sorry for you about that.
It would vary on a case-by-case basis, just as far as the condition of the tree, what we told you needed to get done. We would need to look at the specifics of.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll leave this for you, and then I have copies for the boards. And thank you guys very much for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Sylvester, and thank you, Evan, for the line of questioning. Consent. Something that's in writing, consent. Because over and over again, what you got presented here was really frustrating to hear, because there's a big disconnect between what people are experiencing and what you were presented with. So I really loved that line of questioning, and I really appreciated Cameron for hitting the issues that we support the responsible work, we object to the rush, we object to the overreach, the inconsistent marking, and as Mr. Henveld had said on Saturday, is we really need to stop, pause, and get this sorted out, because people are coming home to have things completely clear cut. And I have pages and pages of what people have written about the issues of they're trying to settle. There's a 400-year-old oak up in Miwok I got a call on yesterday that's marked at Lama and Lama Tamerlan. And and they're really, really upset. There's a Lakeside, Twain Harte, many, many, many different ones. So some of the stuff that I heard today was BS. It was different answers are being given to different people, and that's the frustration, and that's the reason for wanting something where everybody hears the same thing, but it is frustrating when what we hear is a total disconnect to what's hitting on the ground. I'll leave you alone, I know, and I are supposed to be somewhere in 4 minutes. Thanks.
Can you take Supervisor Hanvelt with you also when you go?
He's supposed to be there too.
Yeah.
We're all there.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment?
Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much, PG&E, for being here today and hearing everything you have to say. I can't help but sit here and be scared to death that my beautiful old growth cedars are being cut while we're sitting here, based on what we heard. And we live in Strawberry. I don't know what tier it is, but our little lane is beautiful because it's old growth trees. And those trees were there before your power lines were there. And I agree with the fire reduction. 100%, I'm on board with that. But it's about the consent and the communication. And luckily, my husband was there, so our trees were not marked. But does that mean anything, given what people have reported today? If someone decides to go up and we go home and people have come onto our property and removed our old growth trees, it's over for us. And so that's the trust issue, I think, that you've lost with this community. And I really hope there's a way to rebuild it, because our community wants to support you and the fire reduction and the good that you want to do for us. And we do thank you for the fuels reduction and the dead trees you've taken out, because it has helped. But we are very concerned as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, real quickly, the city is within my district, and I'm wondering if this is going to be applied in the city also. I would assume some of it will be, and would encourage you, maybe you have already reached out to the city, but the city mayor is sitting right over here, and I would definitely encourage you to reach out so that they have the information as well and can share with residents in the city.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ryan Scheller. I didn't even come to speak on this agenda item, but I thought I'd point out something. When you guys cut down the trees, the wood that's left, you have wood scavengers, people that are going around, following you around, following these tree cutters around, that are taking the wood. We had an incident where a tree was cut down on our property. They thought it was on a county road. After I talked to a supervisor, he realized it wasn't a county road, and they were supposed to clean up all of the wood. They never did. About 8 o'clock at night, we had just some random guys show up on our property taking the wood. And when I approached them, they're like, oh, we just follow them around and we go get the wood. So you do have those kind of liability issues and those, scavengers going out there just trying to get wood. I understand what you're trying to do. My father was killed by a PG&E line that was illegal and not trimmed properly, and one other gentleman in 1992. So I get that the importance of having these power lines cleared. But that was one point I just wanted to make that I noticed that wasn't really touched on that I observed with an incident that I had. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Any other questions from the board?
I have one comment.
Supervisor Rutherford.
I'm going to take the gloves off a little bit, okay? I hear that you're very concerned, and there's no doubt in my mind that PG&E staff and leadership is very concerned, okay? But the people in this county do not see that, okay? Your contractors are not reflecting that. And I hope you got the message that basically, in terms of messaging this, you have failed, and you need to do better.
Okay, so with that, I want to thank you for coming, and again, I think the points were well made, and I'm sure, knowing PG&E, you'll come back with a better product and program, and again, thank you. Our 11:30 appointment.
I can report on it real fast.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
So this is just a presentation on the progress report of the Commission on Aging 2018 goals.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I went and spoke with Kathy Peacock, who's the president of the Commission on Aging. She said what you were discussing was far more important than what she had. She declined to come back today or at another time, but to pass out her written comments. I'm just going to highlight page 2 under education. They're going to be adding additional efforts to assist seniors in signing up for the Everbridge communication notification system. I thought that was very important, and that's one thing she wanted me to highlight, and also to encourage board members who can to come to their senior recognition lunch tomorrow. Tomorrow. That's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. All right, I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting of October 2nd back to order. We have a 1:30 appointment, but we have one that we didn't take care of earlier today, and that would be item 11. Would the clerk please read item 11?
So this is a presentation of a county service award to Vicki Hockett at the County Assessor's Office for 25 years of county service.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. And so I'm pleased to be up here today to just really honor Vicki Hockett. She's been with Tuolumne County for almost 25 years now at the end of October. And when I kind of started putting all this together, I was just trying to think of a title. And I think the title I came up with was The Voice of the Assessor's Office. She is the first person everybody hears when they call our office. And usually the last person people hear, too, when she calls her office, only because she answers all the questions. And not only when she's answering the questions, it's kind of funny to watch. Somebody will call, ask questions about something, and as she's answering the question, she'll be looking up that property profile to see if there's any exemptions or exclusions that would help their property taxes. So she usually finishes with, here's the answer you were looking for, and oh, by the way, do you want to save $72 a year? If so, fill out this homeowner's exemption. And so she just really does kind of exemplify the gold standard service in the way she treats our customers, and she really goes above and beyond. And there's one group she particularly, I think, really enjoys helping, and that's our veterans. In her spare time, you can usually find her going through all the recorded VA loans and sending notification or trying to notify those property owners of the veterans exemption. And I asked her a couple years ago, I was like, you know, why do you go through all the extra effort and time of doing this? And she goes, this group is just special to me, and it's an honor to serve them because they've sacrificed so much for our country and for me personally. And so she has just always gone above and beyond for that group and for every group in Tuolumne County. And yeah, so there were a bunch of other titles I was thinking of when trying to come up with it. I know back in the day I used to call her the Prop 8 Queen because she was always telling everybody about Prop 8 and how it would save them money. Then the homeowners exemption, then the veterans exemptions. But I think she is just the voice of our department. And so with that, I also want to apologize earlier to you, Vicki. I completely missed it on the agenda item earlier, and you are so much to our office, and I really do want to thank you for everything you do to our office and for the way you serve our county and the way you serve our department. It is a great joy to have you in the office. And so with that, our voice is silent for the moment.
I guess we'll have to call her up to get a response. Huh? Thank you so much for your service. All right, will the clerk please read our 1:30 appointment?
So this is a presentation on the Stanislaus National Forest Burned Area Emergency Response, post-fire analysis of the 2018 Donnell fire, and discussion of related impacts.
Peter, are you going to start this?
Well,
or-
just while they're getting
While
to
they're
the
gathering?
tables. Yes, I know your board was very interested. We had, of course, the Donnell fire, and it's not technically out yet, but the major impacts of the fire itself have been greatly mitigated, but the damage it did to our soils and the surrounding environment continue and will be for some time. So today we have a number of folks here to present the BEAR report. I'll let them introduce all that, and what that some of the highlights of the findings, and then afterwards we can talk about what are some related impacts that the burned area will have on our timing and ability to rebuild. So with that, is Scott going to kick us off? And go for it.
I am. Good afternoon, members of the board, chairman, county staff, and guests. So my name's Scott Tangenberg. I am the Deputy Forest Supervisor for the Stanislaus National Forest, and part of what we're here today to share with you is the results of our Burned Area Emergency Response Assessment. As was noted in the introduction, after a fire, watershed conditions can be significantly different than they were before. We recognize this. We've seen this in our wildlands in the past. And so as a matter of course, any fire larger than 300 acres, we conduct an assessment of exactly how intensely the fire burned, what kinds of effects it had on the soils, and what kind of effects we might see in future precipitation events. With me today, I've got Curtis Kavami. He's our soil scientist and forest bear coordinator, as well as our forest supervisor, Jason Kuiken, our district ranger, Sarah LaPlante, other staff members and guests from the county staff. I'm going to briefly go through what Burned Area Emergency Response is, what our results were, what actions we have planned specific to the Burned Area Emergency Response, and then turn things over to Jason to talk a little bit more broadly about the continued efforts that are ongoing with respect to fire recovery. So when it comes to Burned Area Emergency Response, we are first and foremost concerned about human life and safety. That is our number one concern. We appreciate that post-fire effects and the subsequent precipitation events that can occur after the fire burns the wildland can result in risk to human life and safety. Unfortunately, just this past year, we saw that result in the loss of over 20 lives down in Montecito in Southern California after the Thomas fire. And so it is something that occurs. We do take it very seriously, and it is the principal reason for our post-fire assessment. We're also concerned about property, natural resources, and cultural and heritage resources, and anything that we think we can do to protect any of those values, we are going to endeavor to complete. This is an image of the Donnell fire. The current perimeter as it stands, at least as the assessment was done by our team of specialists, both using satellite imagery as well as on the ground truthing, basically, of the results of that satellite imagery to come up with this multicolored map. Different colors on the map demonstrate different soil burn severities. So this isn't necessarily how hot the vegetation burned. It's more directly a result or an expression of how hot the soil burned. And I'll get into why that is important in just a moment. So the red areas indicate the highest areas of soil burn severity. Yellow is slightly less, sort of a moderate severity burn. Green is low severity burn, and then there are sections of the fire perimeter that are unburned as well. High severity areas mixed with intense precipitation events can result in, and do result in, debris flows, landslides, and flood events. The rest of the colors on this particular map illustrate a significant number of flow lines. These were flow lines that were produced with a model by the USGS. They provide us with the specialist assistance with respect to this. And these flow lines also have different colors. And so, as you can may be able to see in the key up there, the darkest colors represent likelihood of 80 to 100% that if a certain type of rain event is experienced by this landscape, that it will result in a debris flow or mudslide. And then corresponding lighter colors represent lower relative risk with respect to the chance of debris flow or mudslide. Because human life and safety are of utmost importance, that's what we evaluate and how these added risks of potential landslide, floods, debris flows might intersect with those highest values at risk. And so when you have a section of mountainside above some values at risk that is no longer able to have any soil retention, that's when we see those debris flows and mudslides initiate. Part of the process by which our assessment team evaluates those risks is displayed here in this graph. Don't necessarily expect you to read each word of each block there, but basically it is to say we evaluate the resource. The resource in this case is human life and safety. We determine which values are at risk, and basically anybody within the fire perimeter. We look at the threats to those values, fast-moving sediment, flooding, debris flow, hazard trees, and so forth. And then we estimate the probability that this could happen. And certainly in several locations throughout the fire area, there is a very likely event that will result in the damage and loss that we are trying to avoid. The magnitude of that consequence is another factor that goes into evaluating how severe this situation is. So if there was a high chance that something could happen, but a low consequence, say you get a sore ankle, that would not be what we would consider a big problem. However, with something that's very likely to happen and the result could be loss of life, as again we have seen in other fire areas, we estimate that from a burned area emergency response standpoint as a very high risk. And so when we're faced with very high risks, we come up with a suite of potential response actions. Those are described here in the last column, either administrative closures, advisories or signage to post threats to life and safety, as well as evacuation plans. And we are in the process of implementing or developing for implementation basically all three of those responses. What is it that actually creates the additional risk to life and safety? It's illustrated in this photo here. So this is a depiction of the soil profile. Previous to the fire, when there was an unburned landscape out there, that top inch to inch and a half, 2 inches or so, right next to the handle of the blade, was organic matter. And when a landscape burns with high intensity at the soil level, basically turns all of that organic matter to friable ash. Has no structural integrity, has no ability to hold itself on the hillside, and when it experiences a precipitation event, is extremely mobile. It's extremely able to be washed off the hillside. When that precipitation event hits this now very mobile soil medium, the next slide is what the result we see, unfortunately. This is a photo of Montecito Canyon from the Thomas Fire this past January, where over 100 homes and over 20 people were lost. This was not unexpected in this general fire area. They were expecting the reflows and mudslides. They experienced an extremely intense storm event. They did forecast it well in advance, and yet one very troubling aspect of this was that although they posted evacuation notices for the risk of debris flows and mudslides, the area that actually got hit by this mudslide was not in a posted evacuation zone. They miscalculated. They knew there was a high risk, but they did not actually believe that it would hit this channel in quite this intensity. So where does that leave us? Well, we have numerous values at risk within the canyons up the Clark Fork and the middle fork of the Stanislaus River. This photo illustrates just one of those. That's Baker Station. Some of you have familiarity with that historic research facility. Baker Station, as well as numerous other sites up and down the canyon, has a variety of risks posing them. And in general, the flooding risk at Baker Station in particular is not all that high. It just so happens that there isn't a flow path that intersects the hillside above Baker Station. However, there is another possibility, another risk that Baker Station is exposed to, and that's the rockfall debris flow risk. And so considering both of those risks, we do have a concern that occupying Baker Station, or at least overnight occupancy of Baker Station, could definitely expose individuals to risk that are definitely things we want to avoid. With respect to additional work, and this drills down into some of the more active response effort that we're taking in the fire area. As you know, numerous recreation residences as well as resort at Dardanelle were burned by the fire. They do represent a health and safety hazard, and we are concerned about the mobility of that debris now into the channels downstream, into our county's water supply. So what we have prescribed is in those areas where flood risk does exist, we have a contract in the works for stabilizing those burnt structures, basically adding storm-proofing elements of a sort upslope of them, as well as catchment materials downslope of them, to try to reduce the likelihood that that debris can be moved off-site. I do know that a number of our permittees are actively working to clean up their sites, and that's very welcome and appreciated. The more that can happen, the better, and yet we don't have an expectation that everyone will be able to do that before we see precipitation events up there. So we do have this as one of our proposals. The rest of our proposals include a contract to remove the historic bridge that burned on Highway 108. We expect that to not only have hazardous materials in it, but also just debris that shouldn't be in a river channel, as well as some additional road stabilization and trail stabilization treatments. Again, these are efforts that the Forest Service is authorized to take to protect Forest Service assets. The bridge belonged to the Forest Service in a way. The trails are our responsibility to make sure that they are taken care of. The rest of what we have requested funding for and received funding for include administrative closures. It's basically the signs and so forth and the time to post those signs, as well as development of evacuation plan and advisories. That is all I have for what Bear is and what we have with the specifics. However, Curtis has a Google Earth tool that we're going to bring up now and show you a little bit more of what the landscape actually looks like. So we're going to zoom out here, give you an overview of the fire from a Google Earth standpoint. It crashed on him. He was flying too fast. We'll bring this back up. So the intent to use this tool is to provide a little bit more info to your board about what it actually looks like up there. And certainly seeing a flat map can give you one impression. Getting a three-dimensional impression of exactly how steep these slopes are and how the flow paths interact with some of the values at risk is what we're interested in doing.
Sorry about that.
So here is the Donnell footprint, much like the earlier map that we showed you. Overview, basically, to the left there is where the fire originated. It burned up the Clark Fork, and then it burned up the Middle Fork and continued to spread from there. We're going to zoom down into the confluence of the Clark Fork and the Middle Fork of the Stanislaus Rivers to give you a sort of 3D perspective of the terrain that we're discussing, for those of you who are not as familiar with it. We do have significant and steep and long hillsides here that are now exposed to a change condition. Burned intensities, particularly on that bald peak. That's what's the feature that's in the middle there that separates the Clark Fork and the Middle Fork of the Stanislaus. We'll travel up the Clark Fork. Notice on the right, or excuse me, the left-hand side, some of those moderate intensity burn severities. Those were from the McCormick fire from last year. And then this higher intensity area was unburned until this year, and we experienced quite a bit more intensity. Some of the features at risk below these severely burned slopes include Camp Leahona and Camp Peaceful Pines, as well as our Clark Fork campground and Sand Flat campgrounds. The Clark Fork drainage in general has, can you pull up the flow lines? Yeah. Numerous potential debris flows, particularly above the Camp Leahona camp there. So we're in communication with them as operators, owners of that camp, definitely concerned about how to mitigate those risks with them. And I'll let Jason talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Back down into the Middle Fork of the Stanislaus, much the same story, certainly around the Brightman Flat complex and the Dardanelle Resort. If we can zoom down into those and see again, many of those flow lines on the south side of the highway are in that yellow coating, which means an elevated risk, but not as elevated a risk as those hillsides on the north side of the drainage, or in the photo here on the left side of the drainage. Sourcing out of those high severity soil burn areas are numerous modeled debris flow channels that have a higher likelihood of resulting in debris flows. Down in the channel bottom, as I've described previously, you can see certain yellow pixels. Those yellow pixels represent cabins that were not burned by the fire. And then there are also several red pixels, and those are structures that were lost by the fire. Again, a mixture of risks, both to the existing unburned structures as well as to the structures that were lost. So that's the basic situation as we have it at this point, particularly with respect to the burned area emergency response. I'm going to turn it over to Jason to describe a little more about what we have done and what we are doing.
Can I ask one? Yeah, just one quick question about this mapping. And you might have said this, and I might have missed it, but so I understand. So the colors are representing the soil burn severity, right? How much consideration goes into the geology of these areas? I was just thinking about, granite basins, and there's certain areas that I'm sure are not the same as, the timber areas where you have, like you said, organic material, soil, potential for slides. Is there an overlay you guys have for that type of thing? Or
I'm going to ask our expert, our soil scientist, Curtis, to answer that question.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a good question. So on the west side of the fire, you'll notice there are some places where the rock outcrop sort of just peeks through. There's no color on those. So essentially,
you're kind of excluding those, and you're only looking at places where it is soil?
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
And the vegetation can have an influence. Typically in a forest, you can get a higher burn severity. In this case, the chaparral was large enough. A lot of these red patches are either chaparral or forested before the fire. So you can see this spot right here has a little bit of a mix of both chaparral and forest that both burned at high burn severity.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you, guys. That's helpful.
And so my question is somewhat similar, but I was wondering about the vegetation, the remaining vegetation, because in the low severity burn, there's some vegetation that still has a root system that's holding the soils in place, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
So can pretty much assume then on the map where it's a low severity burn, there's still significant vegetation cover.
Right, and just the opposite is true as well. In the areas where there's high severity, there's basically no vegetation remaining. Yeah.
Maybe I missed it, but when you talk about moderate chance or likely or very likely, what kind of percentages are we talking about? I mean, those are kind of subjective nomenclature.
Sure. So I'll re-hit the estimated likelihood
well, I was looking at your charts where you say that something is likely or very likely to occur.
In the Bear report itself.
Yeah, probably of damage loss, very likely. Magnitude of consequences, major. Well, it all depends on how it happens. Bear risk, very high. What does that mean?
Right. So the very likely would correspond to the likelihood based on the model.
I know, but is that 90%? Is that, and under what conditions is that likely kind of thing? I'm just trying to benchmark myself against what that means, because there's subjective terms.
Right.
Yeah, the magnitude of consequences is dependent on the whether it's human life and safety or if it's a property damage that's very low cost. So the magnitude of consequences is essentially the severity, but the probability in the context of the PowerPoint and the table there, very likely is more than 90%. Likely is between 50 and 90%. And I don't recall the category below that, but it's between 20 and 50%. And I can pull up that table if that would be helpful.
So it is based on model results, and there are some subjective terms used to define percentages of chances from the model. The storm event that was modeled in this event was a storm event that would typically occur once every 5 years. The specifics of that intensity include roughly an inch of rain within a 15-minute period. And so that's the modeled storm event that would result in these flow outcomes.
So you render this thing out with that effect to see what the outcomes are?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
That's right.
And so one thing to add to that point is we recognize that would not occur on a widespread area generally. It would be pretty localized. And so when you're looking at that map, just consider a summer afternoon storm that's doing that within a square mile area. And that's what this map is trying to do. It's not trying to say that would occur over the whole Donnell fire. It would happen 0.9 inches in 15 minutes at any point, and that would cause this effect is what we model, is how that works.
Got it.
And actually, to go back to a point between what Sherry and Evan were making on intensity and type of soil structure, another thing to be considerate of is that in that granite, if it's broken granite that has some grass going on it and you have a steep slope, those roots are now gone. It has a higher probability of just rockfall without any rain. And certainly once we get into later fall and spring with the freeze-thaw, that can have a higher probability of rockfall. And so it's another consideration that we call it out a bit on the rockfall piece, but it's almost more difficult because it's very localized, depends on how that face was held together, if it had any root structure underneath it.
Yeah.
So
freeze thaw probably will affect some of that too.
It will, especially one area of concern is up the highway, up 108 towards Kennedy Meadows. I'm forgetting the name of that area. It has a court. What's the name of it? I'm forgetting the local name of it. It has I'll call it a unique name. It's not a common name. This thing is started with a C.
Where are you at?
Up above Kennedy Meadows.
Oh, Putaporca.
Yeah, Putaporca.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right at the little.
Thank you. That's the one I'm looking for. So because there was some rockfall even during the fire, and so as we progress, that's just an area to pay attention to. Anyway, so
good questions thus far, and keep asking questions, please.
Thank you.
And again, good afternoon. I'm Jason Kuiken, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, Chairman Gray, and county staff. And I actually want to do a bigger thank you to start, and that thank you is throughout this whole Donnell fire, the county has been standing side by side with us. We were under unified command, which was the first time Tuolumne County, as my understanding, was under unified command on a fire, and I thought it worked well. We had some lessons learned, but nothing big, and hopefully we don't have to pick up on those lessons anytime soon, but I want to thank the board for that support. That was very helpful, and that did not stop with the fire suppression. That has continued throughout. We've been working with county staff on how are we going to rebuild the cabins that were lost, the businesses, and we'll touch on that here in just a moment. But I just wanted to really thank the Board of Supervisors and county staff for that support the entire time. So the Donnell fire, as all fires do, it impacts a whole host of things. The Donnell fire impacted cabins, it impacted businesses, it impacted the economy to a great degree. I'm not sure of the current numbers, but I know at one point it was over $10 million, maybe even 30. I'm trying to remember the number. It was significant, and that continues to this day because businesses remain closed. There's also impacts to the natural resources that are the reason that many of us choose to live in Tuolumne County. This is a beautiful place, and our goal is a number of things. It is to reopen businesses. That is our top priority within the Donnell footprint. The next priority is to allow cabins owners that their cabins are still standing to enjoy their cabin again, and then also to work with the cabin owners that had cabins lost during the fire to rebuild. And so all of that will require working together between the county and the Forest Service. With the reopening of businesses, I just really want to stress that again. So recreation and tourism is the #1 economy of Tuolumne, and we recognize that. And so we are working hard to work with the Dardanelle resorts. We're working with Peaceful Pines, Camp Leahona, Camp Jack Hazard, as well as the concessionaires that run the campgrounds. And we are set on trying to reopen those businesses as soon as possible. So that is our top priority. In terms of the cabins that are still standing, as was just demonstrated, there remains risk to those cabins. And yet what we have done to date is we have allowed cabin owners to go in to their cabins to collect their goods, to clean up any of their belongings that were lost during the fire, and to close up their cabins for the winter if necessary. However, at the moment, we are not allowing cabin owners to remain overnight, and the reason is that elevated risk and the inability to really alert people to that risk in the middle of the night. There's not great cell phone service, and those storms can come up very quickly, as they did last night or this morning at 5 a.m. There was a pretty good thunderstorm, not up in the mountains, but down here near Somerville High. And so in recognition of that, we have opened up one of our campgrounds to administrative use, so that cabin owners can stay free of charge at one of our campgrounds up 5N01, and that offer remains. So we're trying to facilitate as best we can. With cabin cleanup and rebuilding, a number of cabin owners have begun the process of cleaning up their sites. The next stage in that will be trying to go through a rebuilding process. So we've been working with the county and really appreciate all of the county's work in that, so that we can have our permitting process in concert with the county's permitting process. And a lot of that is trying to look at what hurdles there are and how can we overcome those together. That is our main goal. And yet I'll say right now that I don't expect to reauthorize any cabin rebuilds this fall yet. We are still doing a lot of work, and yet over the rest of the fall and winter, we will have a process in place by which we can work together with those cabin owners. And again, that's also in recognition that our priority is those businesses. So we're meeting with some of those business owners right now. Supervisor Hanfeld.
It's not likely anybody's going to rebuild this fall because winter's coming.
That's true.
But it would be nice if we could work in conjunction with the county and the owners to so that, shall I say, when the snow melts and then building season starts, because you never know how long it's going to be, that they get started. Any chance of that happening?
There is some chance of that happening, but it will be dependent on which cabin tracks we're talking about. So our distinct aim is to allow every cabin owner that lost their cabin to rebuild in the future. I don't want to put a time definite on that, but that is our distinct plan for moving forward. Now, what we're trying to work out is which tracks are highest at risk and for how long. I mean, what this map delineates is the risk for today. That risk will decrease over the next couple of years to 5 years, and so it doesn't mean we're trying to wait 5 years for letting people rebuild. But what I'm saying is it's really site specific, and that's what we're trying to work on and coordinate with our regional office. So those are really the main points of what we're doing, and we will continue to meet and answer questions of our recreation residents, owners, also businesses. We're meeting with some business owners this week yet to try to facilitate that. Actually, let me add one other piece. So there are a number of hazard trees that remain in the area. We removed a number of hazards directly post-fire, but those were, I'll call them imminent hazards, and now there's those secondary hazards and longer-term ones. And so our plan is twofold. One is to work with the business owners to facilitate as rapid as we can removal of those hazards again so that they can rebuild. And with our remaining cabin tracks that were impacted by the fire, we are planning one single timber sale. And the reason for that is really efficiency, because if every cabin owner went and hired a contractor to remove those hazards, we could have a host of different contractors up there that would just be really challenging to manage because while the permittees are required per their permit to remove hazards, the value of the tree remains with the federal government, and so we have a chain of custody where we need to make sure that if there is value there that we can cover that or grant other permit, and that could be really challenging with the 150 rec residences that are out on the landscape. So our plan is to expedite that timber sale as much as possible. We had folks up yesterday, and I'm certain they're up again today on our timber staff, really looking at what does that look like and how are we going to approach that most expeditiously. So those are the main components that I wanted to cover.
Do you have to do NEPA with that timber sale, or can you do it under a categorical exclusion?
So there's a few different answers to that. We actually have an active timber sale along Clarks Fork Road that we've already begun the work of redefining what trees are covered in that as a hazard tree removal from the insect disease and drought killed trees, and so we're hopefully we'll have that re-signed here soon. But that's one component of it. There is NEPA covering all of the rec residences' tracks. But there's some gaps between what's covered for our road hazard NEPA, our recreation residence NEPA, and the surrounding area. So there's some tall trees up that way, and so we are trying to determine what is currently covered and not. we believe that a significant portion of the area is already covered by NEPA, and therefore we can proceed without further analysis. Some of it will need a supplemental information report, which really is our specialist going down and saying that there is a change condition on the landscape, and the district ranger has to concur with that change condition.
Tall dead trees are a bigger hazard than short dead trees.
They tend to be.
So I want to follow up on, I think, Randy's initial question a minute ago. I appreciate that you're looking at this from a kind of a soil severity, geographical perspective, and that there are areas that are going to be able to get into the process sooner. That's, I think, important. But with that, because again, there's a lot of folks are communicating. There's a lot of discussion going on, and so I think when we can do this in a way that informs all of the cabin owners, that's going to be really important. And to have the conversation and for them to be able to look at these maps and understand, again, that severity burn, it definitely is going to have a bearing on this. But for those cabin owners that can get in, they can be working with the county this winter. We can be getting through that permit process. I know I've talked to Quincy and David quite a bit on this, and so that when the spring is here, they can start. We all recognize how short that construction season is. So I think as soon as we can have that meeting and so that they understand where they fit in the severity geographic piece is going to be really important. And then a couple other, were you going to talk about the roads at all, or do you want me to? Okay, I'll ask my questions.
Sure.
Okay. So 501, I'm real familiar with that. And I know that there was some blading work that went on after, and I think some material was spread. The homeowners got some material up there. There are areas of that road that I have never seen so much. I think I heard it called moon dust, but this thick, inches thick. You step in it, and the dust just comes up. And going through opening weekend of deer season and watching the vehicles that normally can travel this road without any problem, getting sideways stuck, having to be pulled out. There's a couple areas on some steep slopes in particular where you can't get up them now. And so I'm wondering if there's going to be some additional work done on that. I'm really concerned about, on those slopes in particular, the soil movement. You're going to have water, and there are, again, it's going to be going right down into Eagle Creek and Long Valley Creek. And so I would think that there's going to need to be some additional work done and getting material on that that's going to stabilize that. And I'd be curious to know. I know we have all had a tremendous investment in that road with RAC dollars. The county has spent a lot. The homeowners have a huge investment in that and maintain that road for all uses up there. And so I would hate to see parts of it washed away. And I think there's some, they probably have some that they're going to add to that. And I would think that you could have other areas, the Clark Fork Road, that would be experiencing some of the same conditions, particularly where it's steep. And again, I don't know what caused that, but I've never seen it in 30 years up there, and potential for some real soil movement. My other question is with the campgrounds that are on 108, and are you going to be looking at them from the same kind of, so the threat perspective will apply, and I'm assuming that you're going to then be looking at those that are in a geographical area, again, with the lower severity. I'm thinking about some of the stuff that would be east, going up the river more towards Kennedy, that with some work, trees, debris, we could get those back open at some point sooner. Then I'm making some assumptions about like Clark's Fork, and that area is going to definitely take a lot more work. correct? Okay.
Yeah, we would consider those part of the businesses aspect because a lot of those are managed by concessionaire and trying to reinvigorate that business and local travel.
Good. Okay. I think we're all in agreement that we would love to see that happen when recognizing that we want our visitors to be safe.
Evan?
Thank you. So a couple different points I just wanted to kind of bring up. And the first one, I think, is in line with exactly what Sherry's saying. We just want to encourage you guys, as it becomes allowable to transition from more of a blanket closure to more of a site-specific with consideration for where the risk is and is not, that is going to be helpful to a lot of people. And we just want to, like I said, encourage you to do that as soon as possible, and I'm sure those residents will appreciate that. As far as rebuilding goes, I would also concur with my colleagues. Anything we can do to at least allow people to pursue the design and permitting phases of rebuilding through this season. One of the things, we're already kind of close to the end of the year. Don't we have a code change again, Brian? We got another code. So they have 2019. So that's good because that's when we get solar panels and all kinds of things, right? Yeah. I've dealt with permitting before, and Rebecca is great. Brian, you're great. And it's something that people can do, but there's also challenges. And I know going back and forth between both agencies, it's a little difficult and convoluted and confusing for people that do that for a living, and anybody for that matter. But what I was hoping to see is maybe we can kind of collaborate and come up with almost like instructions, like a timeline that goes, you're going to have to do this, you're going to have to do this, and kind of show, because I know things like, you have to deal with the forest historian or architect, or there's some things like that, and then dealing with the county, all the building code requirements. I know you got to kind of go back and forth between them. It's completely doable, but I think if you could map that out for people, it would be helpful. One thing that I've seen in the building industry is a lot of time designers love to blame, delays on the county or on somebody else when it's really them not getting their work done, so the client thinks it's the county's fault. So what I want to do, and I talked to Sally about this the other day, I would like to have a private town hall, or maybe call it a workshop, and invite people who have experienced losses and have some of this information available and ready to give to them, because I think giving them realistic expectations on what to expect will help them make decisions. And I think that will actually pay dividends for you guys as well, dealing with in that way. You're not having to deal with it as much on a one-on-one basis. So I'd like to encourage that as well. Like I said, the information and just kind of a private outreach to just give people a roadmap on what they're going to have to go through.
Mr. Chairman, along the lines, I don't mean to interrupt, Evan, but we started these discussions during the fire, and we've continued even as recently as yesterday.
Yep.
And that table over there, I think they could give a good high level of some of the very things you're
probably
hitting
already
on
doing
right now.
all this stuff and just sitting there nodding and smiling.
We're
Right.
nodding and smiling. Evan.
Perfect.
Quincy Ailey, Assistant Director of Development at CRA, and we are working with our cohorts at the Forest Service. It's our intention to develop an MOU which outlines specific requirements that folks who are affected by this incident will need to undergo and adhere to. We're working with the Forest Service with Brian Bell, our Principal Plans Examiner, Doug Oliver, Rob Kostlevy, to look at all aspects of our building permit process, see what really makes sense in terms of requirements to reconstruct the cabins, and what things need to be included and what things don't need to be included. And
Awesome.
so the Forest Service is developing a set of conditions, requirements that they want. One of those things then includes adhering to all applicable county standards. And so we'll pick it up there, working with the Forest Service to make sure that we have a clear process for folks to go through, so we can get them permitted and out the door quickly.
So some of the first things that come to mind, and I don't want to dig too far into them, but I just want to acknowledge it because I know you're going to get asked a million times. fire sprinklers, arc faults, wildland urban interface, Title 24. I mean, there's so many current code requirements that it makes building so difficult. When you add on top of that the architectural guidelines that the Forest Service has, so you're trying to make, what's compatible with WUI and so I really, really appreciate you guys working together on this. That's going to be very helpful for a lot of people. And I know we'll do what we can. I know we have to follow the rules at the same time. We're not going to break any rules that we're subject to. But thank you very much for working together. The last thing is, Carl mentioned it this morning a little bit, and I've been talking about it for a little while, and I know our whole board is aware of it. At some point, I don't want to get too far into it, but the initial attack issues and some of the discussions we've had with that, I just wanted to bring that up. And long term, I want to work with you guys, and probably more encourage these guys long term to work with you, because I'm going to move on into the sunset here pretty quick. But that's where I think there needs to be substantial change, and the 24 to 48 hour window of attack. I would like to see very, very aggressive attacks in that stage of fires, with both air resources, crews, night crews, things like that. And I'm not an expert and experienced enough to know what can and can't be done. But all I want to do, I just want to plant a seed with you to look into that. I would really appreciate if you guys started thinking, like, opening up and thinking, how can we do things differently? How can we encourage higher ups? And I know you guys are constrained with policies to some degree, but anyways, I'd like to see that progress.
Okay, Sherry and then Carl.
Yeah, John didn't give me a chance to ask my last question. Road closures. And will those be temporary road closures? Do you anticipate having to do permanent road closures? And if you're going to do that, will you be looking at, because certainly they would not have been part of travel management. And again, I know that's all of those areas get a lot of the recreationists are up there using their motorized vehicles. And so I know we're going to get questions about that. And
So all roads that are currently closed are a temporary closure. In order to permanently close a road, I have to engage the public in a NEPA process. And so at the moment, all of those are temporary, and our plan is to reopen them. Now, that is notwithstanding any acts of nature that close them on our behalf.
So I assume that would be the answer, and was just looking for clarification for the public. Thank you.
Good.
Sure. Thank you all for being here. And I will say, I think you made the comment that we had never been in joint command with the county. You had never been with the county. Well, we were in rimfire. That might have been before your time. And having gone through rimfire and then going through this fire as well, there are some things that, and Evan touched on the initial attack, that are kind of deja vu. I wish I wasn't there all over again. But there are some things I want the public to know this. There are some things that have, I think, substantially changed in that interval. And I think the fact that you're here today is a good sign of that. And I think that our current local forest leadership, by and large, really are working very closely with the county. We don't always agree on everything, but we're working together and we're trying to get there. And I applaud you for that. I thank you for that. It's a really important partnership. And to get our common interests met in this recovery period, we're going to have to work closer than we ever have before. And I just encourage us all to do that. There are a couple of things that I am really interested in as we go forward, and it's is post-bear. Okay, obviously, bear is how do we get through the winter, and then there's the discussion of how do we get back to where we were if we can, and how do we get back to as close as we can, or maybe there may be some places to actually improve where we were. But one is access, and a lot of people have talked about that. I think everybody sitting at the table is very clear where this board is on the fact that the National Forest is our people's forest, okay? It's not your forest, it's not my forest, it's our forest together. And access is a really important thing. It's important to our economy. It's important to our people's quality of life, all of that stuff. So the roads that Sherry talked about are important, obviously. And then the other thing is the commercial activity, the cabins, all of that stuff. How do we resurrect that? I mean, the Dardanelles, the loss of the Dardanelles, it was a tragic outcome of this fire. And I know you share that view, and we need to get that back up and running as soon as we can. So those are really important things. It has been mentioned that there's a lot of stuff that happens before you start digging holes in the ground to rebuild a cabin, okay? What I'm interested in is that we work together to enable as much of that upfront work to get done, so when the snow melts and the ground thaws out, that, you know, people have the, I don't necessarily want to say the earliest opportunity, but the optimum opportunity to go in and start reconstruction, okay? That's, for us, that's the real key. It's the real key because we have constituents that own those properties or those cabins. Those cabins have been in their family in some cases probably since before I was born. And so it's very, very important to them emotionally. It's very, very important to them culturally, all of that stuff. And it's going to be important to our economy. And as far as the commercial activity, obviously, that's part of our economy, as well as all of those other historical and familial issues that are out there. So I'd encourage you to do everything you can, work with our county staff to get our people back to where we were as soon as we can. Having said all of that, I said this morning, but a lot of people weren't in the room. We had injuries, fire-related injuries, after the rim fire, 2 years after the rim fire, from burning stump holes, from all kinds of things that were a direct result of the rim fire. We voted today to disestablish, if you will, the state of emergency for the Donnell fire. And I made this comment when I essentially made the motion on staff recommendation, and that is the reason that we declared the emergency is over, okay? But the emergency is not over, okay? And so please do respect the best judgment of the Forest Service on some of these things. And the other thing that I would encourage, because we're going to have disagreement on what best judgment is, okay, and that is that between the county and the Forest Service, that we establish some small body of 2 or 3 people or whatever, representatives on both sides, where, and let's put it out there, people that are dissatisfied with how we're progressing, this is who you call, this is who you talk to, and we'll work it out together, okay? Because I'll guarantee you, okay, if they don't like it, you're not going to necessarily get the phone call. Evan Royce or his successor is probably going to get it because it's mostly in your district. All of it's in your district. But, you know, we're going to hear from it. And it would be easy if it could be solved at a level below that before it gets to our level. Because by then, there's a lot of raw emotion behind it, and we have to clean up that mess. So let's figure out a way where people can have their day in court before their emotions get real raw. And other than that, again, I want to thank you for the cooperation during the fire, and I want to thank you for what you're doing right now. And again, encourage us all to continue to work together.
Yeah, October 26th, 5 years ago, a rim fire was declared controlled. I don't like what happened after Rim Fire. I'm very disappointed in the results in terms of recovery in general. And that isn't all Forest Service. That isn't. I mean, I know it comes from a lot of things, but I guess I would like us to come up with a recovery plan, a total recovery plan, put timetables on it, tell us what we need, and see if we can't go after what we need to get it done. Rimfire won't recover in anyone's lifetime in this room. I don't know that Denell Fire will either, but if we don't have a plan, we'll never get there. So I would like to see that done, and I would like to mention my favorite word, urgency. There has to be urgency in what we do, otherwise it dies. And how do we maintain urgency? But we're, like I said, we're not 5 years away from Rimfire, and I'm very disappointed. And I think anybody that goes out and looks at that footprint in terms of recovery and restoration and our progress would have to be disappointed too. Thank you.
Any other board comments? Okay, I'll just offer one. I want to thank U.S. Forest Service county staff for everything that they've done during this rim fire. The communication was great. It was a disaster, but I think everyone handled it real well. So I want to offer that thanks. I will. Now the public can comment. Any public comment? You can come up to the podium, please.
Hi, you probably want my name first, right?
You don't have to.
Oh, you don't? Oh.
No.
It's Bonnie Kolpak. I'm a homeowner on 5 and 01. I got it. Thank you. And I just wanted to give you each a packet of the money and the work that we have in the road since I'm a secretary of the Homeowners Association there. We call it IMRPOA. It's Eagle Meadows Road and Property Owners Association. And I've been the secretary for 4 years, the last 4 years consecutively. And so Saturday, when I heard about this meeting, I came down the hill, and yesterday I tried to get as much as I could prepared to show you what we've invested that I know about in the last few years. And I didn't really get quite an answer to the 5 and 01 question. Are you including 5 and 01 for the loss of business in the county? Or I didn't quite understand your answer to that.
So the road is reopened right now, but you're asking, so no, absolutely there was a significant loss due to people being able to come and go on 5 and 01, either to recreate at their cabin or to recreate in the woods on all points in between. So 5 and 01 being closed for better part of 6 weeks or more, maybe, did have a certain financial impact.
Okay. So I have a packet for each of the supervisors. Do I just give it to them? Okay. So the one that's addressed to the chairman, that's because I have 2 large spreadsheets in it this big.
Okay.
And last night about 12:30, I didn't feel like taping them together.
Okay.
So you have the large spreadsheet.
Okay.
And everyone else has just the bottom right corner of the spreadsheet, and it's got a description on it with the totals, and it says what the title of the spreadsheet is. And I'm not going to go on for 2 hours over this, but my point today is to let you know what kind of a loss that we've sustained here on our road. And the first paper in your packet is the map of all the parcels on 5 and 01 that are owned by private property owners. They're not forest release properties. And on page 2 of it is a list of the people, which I don't really give out, but I wanted you to see that, you know, there's close to 90 parcels here. And it represents quite a few people, just the homeowners, just the property owners. And I think there are about 8 parcels that are owned by forestry or BLM that are included in that list. So all of this you guys get to keep. The next thing on my packet is this here. It's my packet that I made up for the Donnell fire. My husband, Glenn, works on the roads up there for our association, and my son, Hank, does. And while they stayed up there during the evacuation, and while they were up there, they were able to talk to quite a few people that wrote down their names and phone numbers, as you can kind of thumb through there. And you can see a lot of them put what type of job title they had. And so we tried to kind of work with them on the damage of the roads that the equipment was causing and trying to kind of fix that as they went out. And so each of these pages is just some of the highlighted stuff is just people that came in and talked to them or worked with them a little bit. And then about the third page is a bunch of my chicken scratch here. And this is all the names and phone numbers that I obtained during that time. So I took that and I separated each one of these little sticky notes because those are all the people that we have tried to contact to meet with us on our road. And so far as of today, we haven't been able to do that yet. Can you turn the pages back to where you see the Verizon phone bill, please? It's probably about 4 or 5 pages back in that packet. Is everybody there? Looks like this. You must know what a Verizon phone bill looks like.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
just for your sake, maybe.
Am I taking too long?
No,
Oh, okay.
not at all. But county council just whispered in my ear. You do realize, I hope, that this is now a public record, because
It's okay with me.
Okay, there you go.
Everybody in the world can see my telephone bill. I don't have anything to hide. But I did think about that last night. But anyway, so when you get to the Verizon bill, I've highlighted all of those people on the sticky notes, when I called them, who they are, how many times we talked is on here. And every time I got to talk to somebody 2 or 3 times and try to get somewhere with them to meet those people that were staying back there to go over these different areas in the roads, those people got transferred off the fire and somebody new went on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure, I want to understand the crux of what you're trying to communicate to us. So
Okay.
Essentially, because you got a lot of information.
Yeah.
I want to know, what does it mean? What's the bottom
Okay,
line?
what I'm trying to
you want
prove
the road
here-
fixed and open, right? Is what I.
Yeah, and it is open now all the way, right? As of last Saturday or so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And then
there's
you just
still
hoping
some.
to get it improved from the
Yeah, from the
you
damage
see
of the
from
heavy equipment. Correct. Yeah, and this packet proves that I have gotten nowhere yet, and I've been working on it a couple of months.
I got it.
Okay, so that's that packet. The next thing you see is this, and it's the last 4 years of money that has gone into 5N01 that I'm aware of.
Through the association on your guys'.
Yeah, and forestry paid for some of it too, and so did RAC money.
Gotcha.
At the bottom of the second page, the total amount that I've come up with is $249,582.93 in the last 4 years. RAC, there's a RAC grant that, and Janine, I was able to get a hold of you yesterday, but we did receive a RAC grant for a large amount some time ago, and I think it was for about $125,000. And I included that on here because there was a substantial amount of paving that the homeowners were able to do with that money, and it was before I was a homeowner there. So I don't have the exact date, but we definitely can get back up for you on that. So the RAC money that it's been invested, including the 125, is $134,750. The forestry in the last 4 years has purchased $6,926.29 of rock products, riprap, road base, culverts, and then we've installed those. And then our association has a total in the last 4 years, real money of $107,906.64. The menagerie behind that is all the proof of the monies that I just told you about. So you can look that up later and get the details if you want to. And then in the back, I have a few packages of pictures. And if you'll just go to those. And I apologize. What I thought of when I was sitting here today is I should have made a couple of packets for you guys. And I can do that if you want and bring them up later this afternoon. You can copy his. Okay, good. So the first packet is a lot of different culverts and drainage areas that we've worked on the road. And this is what they look like when we install them. We maintain them every year. Sometimes we have to clean them out. Sometimes with heavy equipment, they get crushed on the ends there, and then that'll prevent them from working right, which we have gotten a little bit of that from the fire. The next packet shows the road, what we do to it every year: grade it, spread road base. We buy road base for it and drain rock. The next packet shows that the forestry did work with us a lot, and the incident command did work with us a lot, and they did do a lot of, after the grouchy old man, as he got the nickname. First of all, what the heavy equipment did is they bladed the road flat, and
No crown.
no crown, and our nice ditches that we just had finished in June got filled up. So Glenn Kolpak, he can talk about this later, but that's when we started trying to get a hold of these people, because we lost a bunch of road base, a lot of road base, and our ditching. They did fix a large amount of it on the dirt road, not all of it, but they did work with us. I'm not saying they didn't on site, but they still, haven't met with us to go over the whole road. The next packet shows.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Can we schedule a field trip, Scott, or somebody? Maybe I could go up there, and maybe we can get whoever you guys think is the best to represent you. And it's hard to. I mean, I'm not doubting anything you're saying, but it doesn't mean a lot to me without looking at it in person.
Would love
and also probably talking to these guys offline to get more background on what can and can't be done. But just to get to resolution, I mean, I'm sure you can explain all day the timeline of all the nuisances and the problems and all the pain in the the neck you had to deal with. But,
that would be lovely if we were invited.
If you guys were okay with that work.
It's also my understanding that under a fire suppression that you will come back and bring the roads up to the level that they were prior to the fire, use of the fire suppression equipment. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And I was under the belief that we were already back at that point. And so this is new information. So we'll be happy to schedule a field trip and go out and be able to talk about the road on the road.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. And then please try to check out, and I think I will drop a couple packets off to you guys about.
Do you guys have a board or something? People that I
Yes.
mean, are you the person, or do you have?
I'm just one of them.
Okay.
Rows 3
You guys
and
can
4 there.
whoever
Raise your
you guys
hands if
think's
you're
appropriate.
involved.
Maybe we can talk offline also and just figure out a time that's going to work best.
That'd be great. So I have the asphalt that we've maintained and patched. It's not a brand new asphalted road, but it was a good road, and we got a lot of damage to it. And then it shows the asphalt damage.
I think what Supervisor Royce is proposing is a good starting point.
Yeah.
We'll get all on the same page.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alicia.
I'll keep mine so I can bring it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, any other public comment?
My name's Glenn Kolpak, and I'm the one that does all the work on the roads from 108 all the way in for about 6 years now. And I just want to say that when there's a fire like this, the dozers come in and they make the road as wide as they can. Any road base is gone because they have to pass each other. So what happens is when the fire is over with, they come in and with water trucks, they make it look real nice and smooth.
No rock.
But that's your answer for you talked about the dust, because we had all of our roads, especially our private property roads, that they ruined them. And the dust was so bad that I had relatives come out and they had to go back. They come out from Wisconsin. I wanted them up there. It's just terrible. But what they've done is they've impacted our private property. And all the heavy equipment, now we're talking about, let's just say, a pickup weighs 4,000 pounds, right? Well, they got stuff heavy, 80,000 pounds coming in there, fire equipment.
Oh, yeah.
All the outside edges, that's what those pictures are about, where the outside edges, where they pass each other, and you look, it's tore up.
Rolled. Yeah. We'll get her fixed.
All right.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
And I'm just
Thank
saying,
you.
there's culverts that were crushed, and I couldn't talk to anybody in there I couldn't get anybody to talk about this. And of course, I stayed back there through the whole fire, and I was trying to communicate with my wife to talk to different people that were involved in this. And, I know a lot of people at the forestry are good, but it's like they have a lot of authority, but not a lot of responsibility. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please come up.
I'm Ed Danicourt from Brightman Flat. We got the same problem up there. Our driveway was good and flat, and with all the equipment, skidding logs down it, across it, now we've got just two big wide tire tracks and a big hump in the middle and on both sides. So any of the runoff from the rain is just going to run right down them two tire tracks and wash it all out. Our water line's all exposed on one side, which it was never like that before. So something's going to have to be done for erosion control on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you guys planning on doing erosion control, slide mitigation in some of those severe areas? I know you didn't get into the specifics of it, but I'm sure there's going to be straw and wattles and all the sediment basins and things you're going to have to put in place.
Yeah, it was in the list of treatments at the end. I didn't highlight the ad nauseum details, but we did submit a request. It's a modest request of funding for repair and stormproofing of Forest Service roads that
before
are
this winter.
That's the intent, and again, we
trying.
have our road crew that we intend to utilize to actually make this happen, so that hopefully it can happen faster than a contract. But
can we help in any way, encourage that?
You can encourage, absolutely, and if you can help with
any leverage,
actual equipment,
leverage,
or people who want to do the work, that would be great too. But yeah, we can discuss that more as well.
Let's
as
talk a little bit
continue with the county staff.
Okay, any other public comment?
Chairman, members of the board, county staff, Forest Service officials, it's good to have you here, and I applaud you guys for coming today and giving us this report, because it was very informative. As many of you know, Frank and I have a very deep love for the high country. We own and operate Dodge Ridge. We are the concessionaire for the upcountry campgrounds up to Deadman, which is not included in this area. So we have all of those along the corridor, and we've had those for about 20 years. And we also have Clark Fork. We're the concessionaire at Clark Fork as well. And I do feel very supported by Jason and the team, and I feel like we're on the right track with the campgrounds. They won't be reopened, obviously, until hopefully next fishing season, if we have a fishing season or maybe later dates. I think Jason's agreed to, again, have a field trip so I can understand more what the concerns are and how we might be able to get those campgrounds open for the summer. We do have a problem with a water tank for the Dardanelle campground. I think you guys are aware. And hopefully, I understand that's about a $20,000 tank. And hopefully we can get that tank in place before summer so we can have water at Dardanelle campgrounds. So I'm very thankful for that. I do hope, Frank and I, by the way, also have a rec residence. We're Brightman Flat, number 53. Our cabin did not burn, but the forest around it burned and our neighbors burned. And understanding the report, I can see that the amount of information that needs to be processed and all the things that are layered that you feel, responsible for and how you're going to process this. I really appreciate what you're doing. It's a lot. But I can't help but feel the day when I go up to my cabin during the day on a beautiful sunny day to clean up the ash and clean up the dead trees, that the biggest risk of my day is going home in my car, driving down the highway, because there is no weather event forecast. And you might realize and understand that we're quite the weather watchers. And these storms that we're having now have been predicted, and they have been forecast for actually even into last week, and then they get, finer tuned and finer tuned. And so we're watching them. And I do understand it's very different in the high country, and you do get the isolated storms. No question about that. It's spot on. But I do hope that, and I think I heard that you are looking at the different areas where some areas there are more burned. They have existing hazards that are taking a while to mitigate. Other places are less burned in less risky areas with hazards, with maybe very little hazard left. And that, looking at that and working with the rec residence permit holders would just go such a long way to showing some individual care as a permit holder. But we also respect what you're doing. I mean, we respect the way you're warning us. You have done an incredible job of giving us the information about the hazards, warning us about potential risks. We're getting those emails. We're getting links. That all helps educate what we're up against, because you're the experts. We're not. We're looking to you to guide us. But we're also looking to work with you and for you to see maybe perhaps our side, that we can understand if it's going to start, an event's going to happen, we won't go up there. We'll notify you if we are going up there. We'll leave. But just some sort of dialogue that might allow some access. And there's very few of us left that want to continue to go. Most people have winterized and are done. So it's not a big number. And I think more importantly are the people who want to rebuild. Ed Danacourt happens to be one of them. He's my neighbor. And I'm sorry, I love that place so much. And so sorry if I get a little emotional. But some people, and I think there's maybe 5 or 6 people that are ready to rebuild. That's not a lot of people. These people have cleared their lots, and they're just waiting. They have notified the Forest Service. Some have. I don't know if all have, but I think some have. Will you please come and assess my site and tell me, can I rebuild? And that's my question, is when can you do that for those people, the handful of people that are waiting? Yeah, you're the one,
well,
Jason.
No, this is the board's meeting, so just want to make sure it's okay. So, again, our priority right now is reopening businesses. Without much exaggeration, the entire staff that works on special use permits is in this room here today. Mm-hmm. And so we have a limited number of staff that we can devote to that. And so so we're trying to identify that process by which to work with the county so that we have one answer, one process right now. Our distinct hope is to be able to do that sooner than later, and yet we have a number of questions we need to answer first. This is Forest Service managed lands. It is the public land, and I'm glad that was mentioned before, because that is important to me as well. But as the issuer of those permits, it is beholden on to me through advice and counsel from my staff and the regional office to be able to not just say you can rebuild, but what are the potential effects of that rebuilding. And what I mean by that in this case is, as was demonstrated, some of those cabin tracks remain in harm's way from debris flows. And so if we authorize the rebuilding of a recreation residence in one of those pathways, then we can impact that permittee again, as well as impact other natural resources and downstream folks. And so it's trying to figure out that balance, and it's not quick. And I know people are anxious. You've talked, a lot of people talk about history and the love of the land, and that's what makes Tuolumne County special. I most recently was in Washington State. My supervisor there worked on the Lassen for a number of years and the Plumas, and when he heard I was coming to the Stanislaus, he said, well, you're going to a place with a lot of history. And what he meant by that was history of American Indians walking this landscape, to gold rush days, and to all of that, to the ranchers that have been here for 5, 6, 7 generations. But more importantly, that tie that everybody has to the land. That is why people are here. That is what we are trying as soon as we can to recreate, because this is about that economy and business, but it's also about memories. This is when people's cabins burn down, it's not just a structure. It's a place of memories for close to 100 years now for most of them. And so our aim is to allow people to rebuild as soon as possible where it's safe for them to do so. So that would be what I would say. So we're trying. I know it feels like it's taken a while, but we're
well, you've done, there has been a tremendous amount of work done up there, and if you haven't been up, it's pretty amazing the amount of logging that has gone on. We're seeing that all the time, and again, we really are thankful for all of that, and no question. So Jason, do you feel that there is an opportunity for those few sites to be assessed before the road closes? If, let's say, the road closes November 1st, I mean, that used to be our kind of a normal road closure time. Thanksgiving, November 1st, Thanksgiving.
Sure. I don't want to give a direct answer at this time. I would say it's more likely no than yes, and the reason being all of those steps that need to occur before. And that expectation setting that Supervisor Royce talked about is really important. I like to under-promise and over-deliver rather than the reverse, and so I don't want to set folks up for saying, we'll go out there, we'll look at it, I think you're good to go, and then come up with a couple big hurdles. I'd rather have those hurdles identified before, so when we have that meeting, we can all be on the same page. That doesn't mean it can't and won't happen. November 1st is now a month, less than a month away.
Well, maybe Thanksgiving.
And,
let's go for Thanksgiving snow.
I'm hoping for snow. Dearly hoping for snow. But we will do what we can. But I don't want to promise that today.
Yeah, understand. Again, this just presenting all of this was very helpful to see, but just want to, I guess, keep bringing this up and keeping you posted on how the sense of urgency, I guess, we feel as a community and wanting to build and restore our community. It is deeply meaningful to so many of us. And again, I'm so thankful, and I feel very fortunate for this collaborative effort. I think this is a very unique situation. I think it's uncommon, and I think we're very fortunate. And I think the Forest Service, and I think the county. And one more request, and Evan brought it up, is do you feel that there could be a resident permit holder workshop where you could show this kind of a presentation and maybe ask answers and questions and answers. Sorry, answers and questions and answers on the rebuilding process, and just like we had today is.
Yeah, we're actually working right now on how we can better communicate a lot of the stuff that we've just shown today, and how we can communicate kind of the permitting process and the work we're doing with the county. And so we actually are working with our public affairs officer and Jessica, and trying to figure out moving beyond just taking the individual phone calls and talking about kind of the initial cleanup and response to the fire, but how do we move into the recovery phase? And so we are working on trying to build that plan. And so we have talked about workshops and websites and different items, and so we are trying to build a plan on that.
So you think that the possibility of having a meeting sometime in the near future?
Definitely. Definitely. We're trying to actually get some answers and some real information beyond what we've been able to share thus far, so that we don't just have a workshop where we say, we're trying to do a lot of stuff, where we can actually show, here's the things we've done and here's the answers we have for you. And so that's just taking some time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Mrs. Kolpak a question. You did a lot of work here. This is amazing. And I'd like to study this, but I'm also interested in getting this done quicker. Did you give a copy of the Forest Service?
No, I didn't.
I will borrow somebody else's if it will speed things up, and I give this to them. I'm interested in the urgency of making it happen. So
You're on natural resources. You keep it. I'll give them mine.
All right. Well,
okay.
I'm just interested in process here.
Right. We were just talking about how do we expedite getting the information to the Forest Service.
Okay, any other public comment?
I wasn't going to speak today. Bonnie, I think, brought you everything that you needed. Stacy Dodge, and I'm also a homeowner up on 5001. And I guess, want for clarity and for the record, it's not just a couple of us back here. There's, hundreds of us now back there as homeowners. We put a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of money into 5001. And so I just want to clarify that Jason will be able to call Evan, and he'll set up the date.
I want to try to pick it before
we'll
we
be
leave
there
today. If we're all standing right here, so let's take 5 minutes after we're done. And
that would be great. I just want to clarify so we can get it done before the season hits us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Pedro?
Just a comment to close. I know that the Forest Service has huge risk management issues they're trying to figure out, and I think it was correct when I think you guys said this was the second largest loss of private property in Forest Service residences in Forest Service history. I mean, it's certainly new. It's new for our territory, new to this region, and so they're working through some things that they've never had to work through. But I can just speak on behalf of the staff and talking with these guys. I know they're trying to be as creative as they can and trying to figure out how to move it as quickly as they can and still be they're being responsible for the safety aspects. But also, once we get to that point where it's safe to get in, again, that table didn't get too much time to talk today, but there's a lot of creative thought that's going in there. I would say, I don't want to be too corny about it, but I'll call it the common sense building code. For what's going on up there, we have to follow the rules, but there's some leeway, and I know there's a lot of creativity and desire to get people in as quick as we can, so that we're not the plug. We'll make it as easy and quick as we possibly can once we get to the decision that people can go. So I just want to reaffirm that to the board, because I know that's your expectations and that's what we want to get done for the public.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, just one last point for me anyway. I think it's really important. This is a fluid situation, okay, and it is going to change. And I know I don't have to ask this question of the Forest Service from their perspective and my perspective, but I have to ask it. or make the comment or get a commitment out of you for the public's sake, and that is that as things change in the springtime, what looks like potential debris flows in the spring after we find out what really happened in the winter may not look like debris flows. I'm just so that the public knows that you're committed to it, that we are going to reevaluate, not just in the springtime, but all the way along the line. And we're not going to make a decision today that's going to last for 3 to 5 years. We're going to constantly update and all that stuff. Am I correct?
I could not put it better myself.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other board comment? No. Any other public comment?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Ron Berry, General Manager for Tridam Project. Carl, you just brought up a good point on debris flows and what's going to be happening. Heard a lot of information here today. I appreciate the Forest Service and the public coming here and talking to you. But one thing that we must keep in mind is one, Tridam is the owner and operator of Donnell's Reservoir, which is immediately downstream of the Donnell's fire. So I just want to give you an update on kind of what Tridam is doing at this point. We worked with the Bear team. We're working with the Forest Service. We're currently installing rain gauges at Donnell's Dam. They're called tipping buckets. We've purchased a tipping bucket that will integrate right into our what we call an XL500 water logger data system. So we will be able to monitor rain events up there in the 15-minute corridors. Every 15 minutes we measure that, and that information is sent right to our 24-hour control room. Obviously, the road closes for the winter closures. So it's going to be, questionable what's happening up there in that area during the wintertime. Let's face it, we are talking about elevations of this fire from 5,100 feet up to 10,000 feet. So the rain events are going to happen in these lower elevations and could cause debris flows, sediment flows. The other thing that we're doing actively right now is working with a company called REY Engineering, who will be coming in and doing a LiDAR radar of our reservoir to determine how much storage we have now, and then we can determine 3 years from now how much storage we lost due to sediment flow from this fire. Also bringing in a company called Siblon Reed. They're a construction company currently working with DWR on the Oroville Spillway. They're a large company, and they've done this type of debris flows containment on other projects. The American River is the last one that they did. They'll be up meeting with us next week. We'll be looking at Donnell's as far as how are we going to contain all of this debris. When I say debris, we're talking about the burnt timber that comes into the reservoir. Sediment, nothing we can do about that, as you know. We're just going to have to deal with that. But we're going to have to deal with the debris. So we'll be working with them on putting in probably a log boom system. We'll be working with the Forest Service to get that in place, but realize that everything on that reservoir has to be done through it by helicopter. There is no real access to that reservoir. So again, monitoring the debris flows this winter, looking at these 15-minute events, we'll be measuring those, and we'll also put this system on GOES radio. That's a satellite radio that the National Weather Service can pull it off the internet, and they'll get it every hour. Our operators get it every 15 minutes in the case that we have an event that spikes. We're talking about a 0.998, but we're also looking at as far as down as a 0.25 inches in 15-minute event. Tridam will have that opportunity to see these events, notify the Forest Service, National Weather Service, of course, take our snowcat and take a run up there and see what's going on. What are we seeing? Are we having flows? The other thing that we're planning on doing, again, working with the Forest Service, there is a gauging station that was abandoned right at the Clark's Fork Bridge. That was abandoned back in the 60s. It's owned by USGS. We've approached USGS. They're willing to turn the ownership of that over to Tridam Project. We will then work with the Forest Service and our hydrographer, and we'll get in there, install some equipment, so we will know what the flows are there. Again, we'll put it on GOES radio. We'll have a 15-minute, the ability to see it every 15 minutes, so when we see these heavy events, we can measure the amount of rain. Again, that can alert National Weather Service. Our big concern is, and of course the Forest Service and for the public safety is, once the pass is open next spring, that's when we get these thunder showers, and that's when these events typically happen. These big events, 15-minute rain events. So it's going to be very important that we have the rain gauges up there to monitor that, and to have these the flow measurement device installed at Clark's Fork. So again, we can pre-warn the National Weather Service, and they can get an alert out over the airways. So those are just some of the things that Tri-Dam's working on. So.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
You just sparked a couple questions in my mind, but first of all, thank you very much for that information. That's very helpful, and I really appreciate the proactive approach you guys are taking. And, you know, I know you guys have an important stake in everything, but just what came to mind, so Caltrans, kind of collaboration is being done with Caltrans just to think about the highway and mitigating risk and thinking about opening it. I know I've seen, you know, boulders sitting on 108 bigger than this room, it feels like, not quite, but enormous, you know, and that's coming and blast them every year. They're doing that clearing process. With all of this, that has a whole nother element for next year. I don't know if there's anything they're doing to preempt some of the conditions they're going to face this season before they close, and if that's something, if they haven't, maybe we could kind of get that going. And then also for our staff, I don't know if there's any county roads up there that we need to be. That's the only one. So maybe just something to think about with Duke and some of your staff, just to just think of the same thing. Is there anything we can do to preempt anything that we would be concerned about coming back and trying to open everything up next spring?
So I'm not a road engineer, but I can tell you that both Caltrans, the county roads, all those partners have been cooperators throughout the fire and have been informed and have been working with us on trying to make sure we can do everything we can.
Awesome. And just looking, you know, if there's threats of flows, if there's areas, I mean, if you can clear turnouts now, or I don't know, just thinking ahead.
Well, and
Right.
so
Thank
on
you.
the
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
And on the hazard tree component of that, so normally Caltrans is responsible for those hazard trees, but on 108, because there's so many, and there's economic value to it, we're actually going to do that work on their behalf, but we're going to continue coordinating with Caltrans.
Them. Awesome. Yep. It's good to hear. Thank you.
I just want to thank the Colpacks for all their work they've done on the road. They've done a lot of work on that road, and we haven't had that much work since Bob Cowden was around, so I want to thank them. But I just want to confirm a comment that Jason made. You mentioned the recreation and tourism is one of your number one priorities, or a number one priority?
Recreation tourism is the number one industry in Tuolumne County in terms of economic input.
And so that's very important to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure OSV use falls under that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll be meeting again on that tonight.
Okay, any other public comment?
You should have been here for the morning.
Any other board comments? Okay, well, thank you very much for the presentation, and will the clerk please read? No, let's do our read our closed sessions.
Okay, 18 and 19, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation authority, government code section 549569D2, one case, and then conference with labor negotiators, Craig Pedro, Tracy Briggs, Ann Fremd, Kim Phipps, authority, government code section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Do we expect to report anything out?
No.
No? Okay. Any public comment on the closed session items? Seeing none, we're going to go to closed session.